full screen presentation. I do not see the chat comments or questions. Keep saying.
Bosses attempt to manage people, especially current generations, is that they end up spending all their time trying.
What's up, man?
What's going on, bro?
Hi,
Maybe.
Anton.
How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks, and you?
Always good.
Good.
Last day.
Yeah.
It's cool. We picked up a significant amount of registration since we started. I think we're at 27.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, yesterday was impressive when I was talking. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's cool. It just shows that you guys are doing a good job. So people are talking about it. And like I said, it gives me hope that we got a good thing in the making.
Yeah, exactly. No, Ramesh was messaging me privately and he was saying, yeah, this type of conference, there should be more people. So I've asked more people because it's very useful. And please keep me informed if you do that in the future. So
I honestly I feel like this conference needs to be like a roadshow. Like it needs to go to different countries and like experience, have people experience different people, like just in the future. And I'm not saying like immediately, but like I see that that's what it's going to take. You have to create these events in different pockets of the world to start spreading this message.
Yeah.
Hopefully I get my computer updated here. The other computer, I'm going to use a little bit of a whiteboard function. We'll see if it'll work. I'm going to be daring an experiment with technology.
Cool. I haven't even checked the questions for the panel yesterday. I also didn't check. I like to improvise.
Did you write down the list of the offerings we were going to send out as gifts?
No, I just have mine.
What was Kevin going to do? Let me just write. I just want to have those just in case I mention them.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go on to Telegram because I'm not on Telegram on my computer. It was in there. So for me, I had the 20 tips on time management and another PDF on the true global leadership. So that was the two I was thinking of giving away.
Okay.
And let me see.
Don't give too much. I mean, that's plenty.
No, I'm trying to see what Kevin. Oh, I forgot to update. I wanted to ask for the survey at the end as well.
You'll have time while I talk.
Yeah, I'll do that in between. Yes, when you talk, I'll probably, or in the breaks as well. I need to add the two questions as well. So Kevin, what did he want to? Find where I wrote. We need to think about the giveaway. Here. Oh no, Kevin didn't answer either, so I don't know. We need to ask him. Yeah.
Let's see what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to add the question about the breaks, because sometimes I have the feeling there were too many or too few. What is my password?
I don't think
again?
there was too few by any. I don't think that's by any standard. We have
No,
too few.
no. But for me, maybe I was thinking sometimes maybe too many.
Too many potentially. If it gets people, if it gets people distracted and they walk away, but yeah, maybe. I can understand that.
So but again, there's only one way to find out. So
Yep,
that's why I want to ask the question.
Good point.
Yes. Oh, come on. It doesn't want to accept my password now, the survey stuff.
Gotta love technology.
Just have to check if I wrote down, if I change it and wrote it down somewhere else. I'm sometimes doing three things at the same time, so I may have forgotten. You know that.
I can get that. I can understand that.
No, I didn't change it, so why doesn't it take it? Okay, now I have to. Okay. My keynote may be a bit. Can you hear me?
Good morning, afternoon.
Hey, Kevin. How are you?
I am alive and reasonably well, so I'm good.
Good.
Almost let the time sneak up on me there. How about you? You good?
Yeah, all good here as well. Thank you. I was just saying to Anton, I forgot to add the questions in the survey, but I can do it while he's talking or in the breaks. I was trying to connect, and of course, he would not accept my password. Why does it feel?
Always technical challenges, right?
I know. So annoying.
Well, I've learned a lesson with this that from a marketing standpoint, the using the event feature is got a lot of benefit to it.
Did you have to invite people for that, Kev, or did they just see it?
No, that you had the option to invite, and so I filtered some connections and human resources, recruiting.
Yeah.
And then to invite is a matter of click.
No, I got you. I know how it works. I just didn't know if that was an organic or you actually sent invites.
Yeah, and then what I did is follow up is I created a brief message after they had showed interest, and then I just did a copy paste and sent a message to each one saying be sure to register.
Cool. Yeah, that's probably what did the job of adding, because we're up to like 27 registrations. So thanks, man.
Well, and again, I wish that I had done sooner.
Hey, we live and learn, man. It's all good.
Exactly. Yeah. Kevin, what would be the freebies you want to give? Because Anton would like to make the list.
I want to give a 1 hour session, maybe a couple of them.
Okay. Hey, Kimberly, thanks
Good
for
morning,
joining us again.
afternoon.
Hello.
I always show up early, and I'm sorry, but I want to make sure I get in on time.
We don't mind.
That's all right. You've seen behind the curtain.
If this was like a LinkedIn live, or LinkedIn live would be a problem because usually we're like last minute with everything, like getting it done. But with Zoom, it's a little bit easier and simpler.
Yeah, well, I just want to let you all know you guys are doing a fantastic job. You really
Yep.
are. I mean,
Thank
it's you had a full screen yesterday, which was pretty cool.
Yeah. That's great.
Well, we're learning a little bit here and there, and then getting more into rhythm. So
This kind of event needs to be in person, though. I think that needs to
Oh,
be
yeah.
in person conference where people are together, mingling. The energy's high, you know, all the good stuff.
What's that like?
I don't know. I don't remember.
It's too long ago.
No, I would honestly I would love to go and do this conference in India. Like, I don't know why. It's just, there's just something inside of me saying that this needs to be done in India, just because
Well,
there's so much response.
yeah, I keep feeling like a real desire to do something in India too.
I have a great following in India, which I'm not sure why.
I think we all would think it's because LinkedIn just has a great following in India.
Yeah. And
Well,
I will go to your conference in India if it's not when it's 382 degrees.
Yeah.
Can't be as bad as Arizona. Arizona has had over 6 months of three triple digit temperatures.
Holy
I know.
smokes.
It's
What is
great.
dry temperature?
When I went to India, what I was struggling,
buy
and the same thing I'm struggling when I go to the US, is that they are using lots of airco, and in Europe we don't have airco. So I was freezing all the time in buildings.
Oh,
I was like always with jumpers on because they are blasting the airco so hard over there that outside, for me, it's the opposite. I can handle the heat, but the cold I can't. And it's the same when I go to the US. I'm always freezing in buildings because I'm not used to the airco here.
Well, I will bring you an extra blanket. Don't you worry.
yeah, we can work something out, Dee, to get you here and be comfortable.
Exactly. No, thank you. No, but I'm also all for India. If we get that, I've been, as I say, a few times to India, and I'm always fascinated by the country and the people, and so I would love the opportunity as well. So,
Well, working with Caroline has been interesting because I get some. She's pretty brutally honest about things in India, and pretty insightful.
yeah.
Well, I'm going to go off camera. I'm going to be listening all day. I'm excited about today.
Well,
Thank you.
we are too.
Yes,
Thanks,
you
Kimberly.
better bring it, Anton.
No pressure.
I know. Why did I choose to close us out? What a terrible idea. I should have went first. Took the load off my shoulders and let you guys close it out.
Yeah, you did go first for the keynote, so
That's
why.
true. That's true.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Yeah. all our big bucks we're making. Someday. Kimberly, you still want to come? You want to come work with us? I'm gonna just ask randomly whenever, just slowly.
You know, I love what you guys are doing. If I could add value, I agree with someday. We add value, and then someday the ship comes in, and it was
I'm
all
just gonna
worth
keep
it.
checking in. I won't leave you alone. I've always been impressed by you. I need people like you.
Well, I've told you I'm in. We just need to talk.
Let's do it.
I just can't make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, I got a problem here. You miss it, don't you? You miss the long wavy.
I mean, it's just feels weird. Like there's just like 4 pounds off my head that just came off when my hair is wet. It was just so much.
No.
Anton, you may find this hard to believe. When I was in high school, my hair was about the length yours is right now.
Really?
Oh, wow.
I keep seeing a lot of hair in the shower. I'm starting to worry. Like, oh man, like it's starting to fall out.
Happens to the best of us.
Like my hair is really thick. I don't think I'll ever go bald. And like in my family, there's not a single like male that I know that was bald. So I think I'm all right, but we'll see. Then again, they lived in Russia. There was less stress. No, wait, no, there was not less stress there.
You do know it skips generations, right?
The what?
Have you checked the generations? It skips generations.
There's everybody, like every old picture I could find has got hair.
Yeah, I have two sons, one 27 and 24, and one is receding, and he's so angry. He's like, it's not fair. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
I don't know why Facebook keeps sending me like hair growth commercials. I have no idea. Like I keep getting the little cap that people wear with the red lights, and I'm like, guys, I'm not hurting at all. Like this is not a problem for me.
It's
Good
Good
because
morning,
the-
Jeremy.
yeah, just you wait. I get Life Alert and portable oxygen.
Oh
And I
man,
don't
that hurts
know.
more. That hurts more.
Yeah, so.
I started getting AARP ads and I'm going, eh.
Oh, well, I joined AARP. I figured I'd get whatever benefit they were giving me. That might be why I'm on all these lists now.
Well, suggestion, consider investigating a group called AMAC. AMAC.
Okay, is that for old
There-
people too?
It's an alternative view for AARP.
You know, Kevin, it would be nice if you let me know about like the hot women group I should look into, not the old people
Well,
group.
that's not something I am visiting.
Like, now I'm offended and going on mute and off camera.
Welcome everybody. We're just getting ready to get started. Thank you for joining us today.
We appreciate all of you being here today. Y'all's presence makes it worthwhile.
yes, absolutely.
All right, are we ready to get rolling here?
Let's do it.
Maybe let's wait another minute. Yesterday, I noticed that some people joined at 4 past or 5 past.
Okay.
Let's
So
wait
let's
till 5
wait.
after.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
just wait
wait
till 5 after,
2,
it's fine.
3 more minutes just to be sure.
Yeah, I look forward to when we can do this live.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the value of virtual and, certainly grateful to have a lot of people from all over can join us that way, but
Yeah.
something about being live.
But I'd rather be live and then stream it virtually for those that want to see it
Yeah.
as well. You know what I mean? Like I still want to provide a virtual option always,
Yeah.
but keep the energy of it person and then stream it.
Yeah. Yeah. Good idea.
Next year.
There you go.
Yeah. So let's see if we have more people. I know Ramesh yesterday also joined us a bit later. Wes as well. So the same, Anton and Kevin, since I'm starting, if there are any comments or questions while I'm talking, please don't hesitate to interrupt me because I won't see the chat when I'm putting my screen on full screen.
And Anton, you got time?
Yep.
Or you want me to keep it?
For V?
For me.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, great. And after I'll take over.
Or, okay, and you'll take back over?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Josoon, I see you trying to speak, but you're muted, so you'll need to unmute if you want to speak.
Sorry, yes, I see. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, everybody from Spain.
Oh,
Hi,
Nice to have you.
nice
I'm
to
very
have-
pleased. I'm very pleased about Kevin reminding me and inviting me to this meeting. But I don't really know exactly what it's about. But being invited by Kevin, I was thinking, okay, let's go and see what's going on. And then
Well,
I'm here.
Okay.
Just to see.
good to have you, and we'll just hope you enjoy, get a lot out. And if you have comments, questions, if you'll type them in the chat area, then that will be great. The chat is, if you go down to the bottom of your screen, there's a chat.
No,
Okay, so you know Zoom, that's good.
I have one question.
Yes.
Are you all the rest of the participants based in US?
No,
No, two of us are in the US, and that's Anton and I, and Virginie is in Luxembourg.
Perfect. Okay.
and we have participants from India as well.
India also.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, marvelous, marvelous. Globally interconnected. I love it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Anthony-
I just want to answer a question. I mean, what this is all about, the meeting. This is our third day, Jasun, and we're basically doing what's called a Human SOS Virtual Summit. But it's all about human sustainability in the workplace and really trying to help leaders to learn practical application of how to lead more sustainably when it comes down to human beings.
Anton, if you could give me access so that I can share my
Oops.
screen and record as
Yep,
well,
let
and then
me do
I
that.
will be starting.
I always click the share screen, but I forget to set you guys as host because it doesn't let me do it in like when I set up the meeting. I tried.
Oh,
I just have to do it manually for some reason because I have to add you guys into my Zoom to do that, and I don't know how to do that. Maybe you can figure it out, Kev.
Kevin is the co-host.
One day when we grow up.
Yeah.
And I'm the co-host. Thank you. So it should work now. And I'm going to share my screen. Where's my? So it doesn't work. Just bear with me. Sharing again my screen. Here we go. Can you all see my screen?
Yep.
We can.
You can, great. Well, thank you and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and welcome to this day 3 of our Human Sustainability Summit. We are very happy to have you join us again, and we hope you found this useful. So to open this session today, we are going to talk obviously about human sustainability, and I will tell you what I think human sustainability is. For those of you who were there yesterday or the day before, the last 2 days, we covered 2 main topics. The first one was about hiring and recruiting and how we can do that in a human sustainable way. And yesterday we talked about onboarding people. And on the first day in his keynote, Anton mentioned stress and how we can manage stress better so that we can do our job better, have a better life, and use stress to our advantage. We have the stress that is giving us positive energy and it keeps us motivated. And then we have the stress that on the opposite is bringing damage to our health and makes us being angry or depressed, burned out, etc. So it was about how to manage stress and to be able to be human sustainable. And yesterday, Kevin in his keynote talked also about human sustainability and about servant leadership, how we can be more human at work, how we can empower people, collaborate with them, motivate them and unite them so that, again, we can work better together. So today it's my turn to talk about human sustainability and what it means to me. And if I have to summarize what is human sustainability in one word, well, to me, human sustainability is diversity. Well, my role in Prospective Force in this initiative is to ensure that we embrace diversity and we are as inclusive as possible, that we attract people that we help and support people that are as diverse as we can. It doesn't matter where they are coming from, the country they're coming from, the language they speak, the gender they have, the age they have, the religion, their background, education, etc. We as a company want to include everybody, and this is part of our human sustainability. And myself, for those of you who don't know me or who are joining us here today for the first time, as Anton said, I'm based in Luxembourg, I'm French, and I've been living in 6 different countries. I've been an expatriate for more than 25 years, and diversity has always played a big part in my life. As I said, I've worked in international companies, big international companies like Amazon. I have managed and led international teams with people from different cultures, different countries, different ages. And every single time I have seen how powerful diversity can be. When you have diverse teams, you have the best teams, because that is when you have all types of ideas, opinions, feedback that all come together. And this is what makes teams strong, is the fact that you're bringing all these insights together to achieve goals. This is leading and managing international teams, whether they are face-to-face or virtual, can be challenging, but you are learning so much, because having people around you that are diverse to you can really open your mind, can broaden your horizon, can give you ideas. And so it's very important to know how to manage, to lead, and to communicate, to be able to get the best out of your team. So diversity and human sustainability. What can we do to become more diverse and more inclusive? Well, what we need to do to be more diverse and inclusive is to start with our way of thinking. We need to make sure we keep an open mind. We need to ensure that we listen more to others, that we accept and respect everybody's opinion and feedback. The great leaders are great communicators, and great communicators are great listeners. And that is why leaders listen. They ask questions. They know that they don't know everything, because anyway, when you think about it, there is nobody on this planet that knows everything about everything. But leaders listen. They ask questions. They know they are as strong as their team, and that's why it's important that they hire the best people. And when I say the best people, I don't mean the people with the most credentials, with the biggest experience. No, what I mean is hiring people who have the potential, who have the personality, who are motivated, and who just want to be given a chance to show what they can do, to develop themselves, to grow, to thrive, and so that they in turn can become leaders. Leaders, again, they listen because they never assume. They know that what is obvious for them may not be obvious for someone else. And that is why they keep asking questions, they keep listening. And by doing so, they are being more inclusive and more open and more human. We can also be more diverse and inclusive in our way dealing with people. We need to surround ourselves with people that are different from us. Whether we talk about gender, nationalities, cultures, religions, age, background, sexual orientation, education, personality, etc. We need to look above and beyond what is familiar to us. And this is how we can use each other's strength and use it to everybody's advantage. This is, as I said, how the best team works. They use the strength of everybody. They make that team synergy, like I mentioned yesterday in my presentation, to make sure that everybody can be the best at what they do, and so that people achieve goals, that the team achieve the goals and go above and beyond what's expected from them. And this is how, as well, when you gather all the strengths and you gather diverse people, that you come up with new products, new services, and that's how you can help even more people. And finally, as well, when we can also be more diverse and more inclusive, as we said, when we recruit, onboard, and develop people. And the development part will be covered by Anton in a few minutes. We have seen that to be humanly sustainable, we need to treat people as human beings and not just as check boxes. When we onboard them and develop them and recruit them the right way, we know that people will see that we care for them and that we go above and beyond what is expected from them. So by doing all those things, by keeping this in mind, this is how we can be more diverse, more inclusive, and therefore more humanly sustainable. So basically, diversity is therefore about dealing with change. And this year has been a great example for all of us. We have been in a situation that we have never been in before, and we all had to adapt. Many people had to work from home, and that was a new situation. We had managers who suddenly couldn't micromanage their people, but had to start to empower their team members and trust them to get the job done. And we also had the team members who themselves needed to find a way to work from home. There was a new dynamic. And for some people, that meant finding new ways to work at home while they also had children to take care of. And in other cases, that also meant that some people were working from home and were alone all the time. And this is where the leaders need to make sure that they know that everybody is different, everybody's situation is different, and therefore that change is felt differently by everybody. And that's when people start to show that they care and that they support their team members, then again, people will feel cared for, will be motivated, and will go and beyond to achieve the goals or whatever they need to achieve. So we've seen what we can do to be more diverse and inclusive, but how can we be more diverse and inclusive? Well, to me, there are two main areas on how we can be that. The first one is communication. And to me, communication is key. This is where we have to become and be more effective communicators. Again, as I said before, we first need to listen more instead of always talking. But we also need to ask ourselves lots of questions. Am I communicating clearly and precisely? Am I being consistent in my message? Am I saying things that everybody can understand? Am I respectful all the time? Am I using the right media to communicate? Or maybe I'm using too many emails or written communication. Am I communicating frequently enough with my team members, with my clients, with my colleagues, or even with my family? Do I start with my audience? Do I know the situation they are in? Do I pay attention to cultural differences? And do I take them into account? Do I pay attention to people who are not native speakers of my language? Am I not speaking too fast? Am I not using too many words or abbreviations or expressions that maybe some of them may not know? Do I pause, observe, and listen? And do I give a chance to people to provide me with feedback or ask me questions? Am I being too direct? All of these questions are very important for us to improve our ways of communicating. And another area that we may not always think of, but that is critical in communication, is also the body language. As you may know, body language accounts for 55% of the communication. So it's very important as well that we do not underestimate that area. Obviously, when we are face to face, it is much easier to communicate with our body and to look at people more face to face. But we still have to be mindful, and back to what I was saying about cultural differences and being aware of that, we have to make sure that we are maybe not too close to certain people, or maybe in some cultures we need to be a bit back, because again, they may feel like you're intruding their space. So being mindful and being aware of all of that is very important. But body language as well is critical now in a virtual world like we are right now. Even though we cannot see the whole body, it's very important that again you engage with your people, that you look at them and that you observe. This is how you are going to see whether they are engaged, they are interested, and they are not bored. And if you see that some people are maybe lost or do not understand what you're saying or feel uninterested, again, stop, ask questions, and that will allow you to either continue the way you are doing, or that will allow you to make some changes. So again, to make sure that again, that the person who is in front of you is relating to your message and understands what you want to convey. So communication is a big part on how we can be more humanly sustainable and be more inclusive. But the other part as well, to me, the second component that is critical, and it's a word that we have used many times during these 2 days, and it's the word balance. Balance, we have heard about the work-life balance, and that's probably not the right expression because work is part of life. But for me, the work-life balance, it means that's a situation where employees are happy, are motivated, are enthusiastic to go to work, are thriving, and are achieving goals that have been set. It's where employers treat their employees with respect. They treat them as human beings and not just as check boxes, and that they care for the well-being of their employees. And it's also work-life balance to me. It's also where people are treated equally, no matter where they're coming from, no matter where their gender, age, nationality, etc. These last 2 days, we have seen it with recruiting and onboarding. We saw that we should not treat people as a checkbox, but that everybody is different and everybody is human, and that we need to take into account the potential and the personality of people. It's all about giving and taking. As employers, we should not only take what people are giving us, but we should also give and make sure, again, they have a balanced workload. And finally, is the balance, again, in diversity, making sure we don't only have one type of people working for us, but we are surrounded by people who have a diverse background and are diverse from us. I chose this picture as well because it means to me other things. It's the balance as well between the leader and his or her team. It shows that a leader is only as good as his team, as I often say. And so the leader, it needs to start with himself or with herself. He or she needs to lead by example. He or she needs to walk the talk. He should encourage his or her team members to take breaks, to relax so that they are not too overwhelmed and become too stressed. All the time when I've managed and led team, what I've done when I was going on holiday was telling my team members, I'm not working during my holiday. I am not checking my emails. If you want to reach me, and if you have an emergency, call me or send me a message and I will call you back. But I need to take a break to recharge my batteries and come back fully refreshed. And I was telling them as well to do the same thing. I was telling them, I don't want you to work during your holiday. I want you to relax, to enjoy your time with your family, with your friends, do whatever you want to do, but make sure you relax. And it's the same, if there is an emergency or if there is an information I need and I cannot find anywhere else, I will call you, but it will really be because I have no other choice. So leaders need to be the example for their team members and encourage them to find the right balance. This is how you can keep people motivated and making sure that they enjoy coming to work. Back to the leader as well and the team, it's also balancing between what needs to be achieved now, the goals that need to be achieved, but also looking at the long-term vision. What will I be doing with my team in 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years? And what role will I need to fill in? How can I identify a potential, someone who can fill in that future role? Or maybe if I am a leader and I also want to grow myself, I will need someone to replace me. So it's about having this strategic vision and making sure that I, as a leader, will work with my team member, identify the persons who are interested in growing and who have the potential to take over that job. And finally, this picture for me is a balance for ourselves. We, as leadership, always starts by ourselves. We need, again, to show the example, and we need to self-lead ourselves. We need to find the right balance between the body, the mind, and the spirit, and we need to make sure that we stay healthy mentally, physically at all times. Because it's only when we are mentally and physically healthy that we can not only help ourselves, but we can also help others, whether they are our family members, our team members, our colleagues, or our customers. Remember, when you are in a plane, they ask you to put your mask first before helping others. And that's the same with leadership. We need to take care of ourselves first. We need to be our number one priority. And this is not selfish. This does not negate the feelings for others, but it's also not negotiable. By starting with ourselves again, this is when we can be the best version of ourselves and be the best leader that we can be so that we can help others. So find the balance in your life and in your work, and make sure that you also provide balance to others around you. So to conclude, I always like to finish with a quote, and I would like to finish with this one from Rosalind Carter. Do what you can to show you care about other people, and you will make our world a better place. So I would like to ask our audience here today, please come and join us. Join our movement, Human SOS, and help us make the workplace a better world. Thank you.
You had a number of comments, and you were moving along so well. I didn't jump in there, but we had a couple of comments from Joe Soon
Great.
to talking about not being machines, and that that we are particular entities organically articulated. And then Jimmy commented that we need to be considerate, lead from the front, translate positivity
Positive.
to the team.
Absolutely. Great comment. Thank you very much. Yes, sorry, I was in my speech focusing.
Oh, you were flowing there. We were all enjoying.
Thank you. Great. So are there any more comments or questions about what I said?
I wanted to say something.
Go on.
Well, I am especially involved with sustainable development. I worked for the last 6 years in developing models for sustainable development.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I very much agree with you in seeing communication as one of the main keys. And then one of the biggest challenges we have pending, and one of the let's say the realms in which we have to put higher attention. But on the other hand, when you say diversity, for me, diversity means biodiversity, not diversity. So our problem in what concerns sustainability is not only that we are having problems to accept our own diversity, the natural diversity we have,
Mm-hmm.
but we are also ignoring that we are part of the nature diversity. So we are one of the natural species on the world. So we should learn to look at ourselves as the kind of neighbors that are bothering all the other species in the world, and maybe they kick us off if we continue being so unpolite and unrespectful.
Yeah.
So when you talk about biodiversity, for me, the main point about diversity, for me, the main point is to change and replace that word for biodiversity and come into a wider view of that fact.
Mm.
And then when you say diversity, immediately you are going into inclusivity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I say as a sustainability consultant, my goal is that we still do not know what is the real meaning of sustainability. We are trying to go there, but we don't know what it means. We haven't been there ever. So then what we know is what makes us unsustainable. So what I say is that let's talk about how to reduce unsustainability instead of how to gain sustainability. Because it's much easier to create strategies on something that you can take with your hands and make measurements on and approach in a practical way, like unsustainability, because you can see if your key factors of unsustainability are progressing in going down or are progressing in going up.
If
And
I may
then-
jump in on that one real quick, it's yes, you are correct. We need to pay attention to avoiding what we're doing poorly. But we kind of covered this on day one, and we talked about, do we want to make something that is, or do we make something that's not? Right? When you're creating something, when you're trying to create something, you're going to make it something. You're not going to build something to not be something. And the way that you kind of positioned it right now, you're saying, don't do unsustainable things. Sure, that's part of the solution. But then how do we reframe those things that we're doing unsustainably and reframe them in a sustainable way? We can't just stop doing something without having a replacement for the trigger or for the behavior that we were doing.
And
Well, for me, let me answer to Anton, okay? For example, if I go back to the argument that we were listening about diversity in relation with inclusivity. Let's imagine that I say we get to gain sustainability, I have to gain inclusivity. Okay? So then to reduce unsustainability, I have to reduce exclusion.
Mhm.
So if you reduce exclusion, clearly you are gaining sustainability because you are losing unsustainability.
Yes, absolutely. But up to a certain level, right? So you're, say, on a scale of 1 to 10 of how sustainable somebody can be, by avoiding unsustainability, you may get to 6, but you're never going to be at 10 because you're missing the positive ads that need to go in there. You're just avoiding things. You're not necessarily optimizing things.
Well, this is my best goal. I mean, I
No,
don't
and that's
say
a
I
great
have
start.
the solution.
Trust me. If we as a society, as organizations, as the world, as everybody around us, if we just stopped living unsustainably, we probably wouldn't have to have this conversation. But because we're coming from creating competitive advantage for organizations, there's also that component there. We don't just say stop doing unsustainable things. Now let's look at sustainability as a way for you to gain competitive advantage against your competition. So that's why you have to also chase sustainability instead of just avoiding sustainability.
Yeah, one of the things to remind everyone is, you know, we're looking at a topic that is huge, and it's part of a movement that we are creating, and so we're spending 12 hours on something that will take days, weeks, even months to address fully, and we have to consider all elements of it, certainly.
And I love your comments, Jason. They're spot on.
Yeah.
Like I love that you're engaging, and I can see how passionate you are about this, right? You're like, hey, let's not talk the big talk. Let's just stop doing the basic things that we're doing, and we can start, stop doing today. And you're spot on. There's absolutely things that each one of us can stop doing today as leaders. And to your point, right? I used an analogy in the first presentation, and are you familiar with Beauty and the Beast, the story of the Beauty and the Beast?
Yes, of course.
It's a Disney story, right?
Yes.
So the beast protects this flower. Once the flower expires and all the petals fall off the flower, the beast will be a beast forever, and the story is done. So I used the analogy of how a leader needs to protect their employee like they are a flower like that. They can't overuse them. They can't use up their energy, expend their resources, and be wasteful with their employees, because that flower will expire much faster than it should. So to your point, that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Great comment, Josune. Thank you very much. It's a different way of looking at things, and you're right. We all should combine these things together. That's great. Cool. So I think we are at our first break. We're going to take 5 minutes, and after that, we are going to move to our panel discussion like we did these last 2 days. So I have 38 at my watch. So let's meet in 5 minutes. Let's back at 45, at quarter to the hour or quarter past the hour for our Indian audience here. So let's meet at quarter to of the hour wherever you are in the world. And we are going to start again with our panel discussion. Thank you very much, everybody.
And during the break, feel free to type in comments, questions in the chat area. We will maintain those and watch those. So enjoy a break, and we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
HR equals balance. Well said. It needs to be. So true, Jimmy. Unfortunately, you know, there is new HR and there's old HR, and majority of organizations still got the old HR mentality of being a compliance department, and that's how people view it instead of, you know, being a people supporter in a system of coaching and development.
Rightly said, Anton. But I think COVID has taught the world a lot, you know. So I think
the change is
definitely
coming.
it's coming back.
The change is
Yeah,
coming.
the
I mean,
change is coming. Very true.
there's no choice. We have to change. We have to get away from the ways, because, you know, the human being is suffering in organizations, and human resources needs to, you know, be there, not protecting the organization first, needs to be there protecting the human first.
Yeah, yeah, very true.
All right, so it's time to get rolling again. And each day at this time, we have a panel discussion. And today's panel discussion is going to be related to development, which will be what Anton will be talking about today. And we'll also, at moments, bring in some of the prior 2 days in our discussion. So our first question that we're going to address as a panel, and by the way, anyone here with us can feel free to type in a question, a comment, and we will address those questions as part of the panel discussion as well. So one of the things is, how do we transition from onboarding to part of the team? So we're going to start with that question. Anton, V, who's got the real drive on that one?
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at what are we doing when we're onboarding. When we're onboarding, there is direct oversight. There is, there's somebody always looking at the new hire. There's always somebody paying attention to the new hire. But oftentimes in organization, how it feels like onboarding stops, and all of a sudden there's somebody came with a pair of scissors and cut this cord that kept the employee connected to development, connected to those other things, and they're just cut the cord and release them into the wild, right? Mm-hmm. So it's certain organizations will not have the ability to constantly give a ton of development and things like that. There should always be a fraction, but ease people out, right? If you went from always reporting, always being developed, always having meetings, to now all of a sudden you're having one a month meeting, that's not a good way to go. It's going to seem like they don't care. So I think that in order to show that care that you've developed in onboarding, you need to continue to do those good meetings. And that's where one-on-ones come in. V has done a great job talking about one-on-ones. I'm going to mention one-on-ones. But that has to be one of the best transition points, is to start those one-on-ones, be it with a leader directly, which of course I'm going to prefer, or with a mentor that leader has developed to be their future replacement, which we're going to talk about later.
Yeah, I'm with Anton. I was about to say again, ensuring continuous communication, like I've discussed today and yesterday. As you said, Anton, it's key that whatever you have built during onboarding, you just don't drop the ball and forget about your employee, and now that they are officially ready to do their job the best way they have been trained and coached and mentored. So it's really important that you continue that communication on a regular basis, that you keep on checking, and that you also set the right expectations. This should have actually been already done ideally as part of the hiring. When the contract was about to get signed, some expectations should have been set, that saying that you're going to meet with your manager on a regular basis, etc. And then with the onboarding, the leader should already tell his or her new team members, okay, we are going to meet every week for one-on-one, and we're going to have team meetings, and we're going to have this, we're going to have that, etc. So that then again, the new team members know when he or she can ask questions, or whether he or she faces challenges, how he can best approach his manager or leader. So communication is definitely key again.
Yeah, especially with a larger organization where you have a separate onboarding team, separate from the actual team that the employee will be joining, is don't assume that the other onboarding team got it, or their new team has got it. Communicate about it, stay in touch, have routine check-ins to really make sure that we don't assume that the other person's got a handle on it, that it's actually the person being taken care of. And sometimes that transition may not be a one event. It may be a process more than an event. And so again, just being intentional to make sure the transition occurs and occurs well is real key there.
And Kevin, you're the master of learning design. I know you won't say you're the master, but compared to me, you're a master. Kevin spent a lot of time in the education world that understands how to create training that follows learning design. But really in onboarding, what are these people getting? You got to think about, we talked about taxonomy of learning and how there's different levels of learning that occur. In onboarding, these people are really getting maybe to comprehension. Maybe, right? That's a big, with a big M in there. But then as you get them out of onboarding, now you need to transition, ensuring the comprehension's there. And now you got to start to have them analyze, evaluate, and synthesize new things in order to continue their development. Because you don't want an employee just to understand and remember things. You want them to face a situation, feel empowered and prepared to know how relevant information from other situations can be applied in that situation, even though they've never faced them. And that's what that kind of development creates for them. And that's how you create good employees.
Well, and you know, our model, if people haven't picked up on the pattern, is that you start with awareness, then you educate, then you teach application. And the onboarding process is more on the awareness side, but any leader at any moment should be prepared to delve into whatever. And especially if the onboarding process is longer, for the person, then the depth that you'll go from a learning standpoint is going to increase. Because if you keep somebody at the awareness level for extended periods of time, people are going to lose interest. They're going to become discouraged. So it's all part of what has to be considered in that transition process. How long will we have people during an onboarding? Therefore, how deep can we even have the time to go?
Yeah,
But go ahead, V.
If I may jump in, Kevin, yes, I agree. I think one of the key things to do in onboarding that you can bring as well to the development side is, especially when you have lots of information to give to your new hires, is not to teach them or train them everything, but it's really to train them where to find the information. That's number one. So when you show people the tools that they need to use, the keywords or the search that they can do, by explaining them that should already give them the confidence that they can all pretty much handle everything. That's number one. And number two, again, to make it a bit easier as well, because as I said yesterday, it can be overwhelming with all the information you're getting in a short period of time, is also to focus on, again, that's the Pareto rule. What are your 20%? What are your most frequently asked questions or issues that you're faced that can solve 80% of the problems that your team members or your customers may face? And by putting that as well into perspective, by telling people this is how you find the information, this is, I think, how you help them transitioning, building their confidence so that then after they can handle the workload they're getting.
Another thing I would add just to the audience, it's something that's helped me a lot. Oftentimes we think that transition from one cycle to the other is an on and off switch. Okay, they finished onboarding, flipped the switch, now they're going into development phase. It's not, it's a sliding scale. It's like you're slowly lowering the volume as they're going and you're letting go of the reins, right? When they're onboarding, they're really tight, you're holding them close, they're right under your wing, they're feeling supported. And as the time comes from them entering the building to them being a rock star, that volume goes lower and lower and lower. Volume of accountability, volume of how much oversight they're having. Because at some people want autonomy. People want to be able to shine with their skills and do things their way. So you do need to get to that point. But it's not definitely something you flip and then all of a sudden you're there.
It's an organizational shift in group dynamic. As a leader, you have to work with group dynamic. Well, organizationally, have the same process so that you start with a new person and your leadership role is that of a commander, and that is to really help them get comfortable, direct them clearly, and then start working, as V talked about, transitioning and begin to apply the concept of empowerment. You know, make them feel secure, but don't make them feel like that we don't trust them. So real important to keep that process in mind. Like I said, Anton, not a switch. Definitely
Jimmy got a good point. It says, you know, it continues even till exit interview. Like Anton added, volume is adjusted and then when required, because it could go back up too, right? You realize that you've let the volume down too soon and something happened and that employee showed signs that they need more attention. They need more. It's not something that is constant. Remember, I said as a leader, you need to be a thermostat, not a thermometer. You need to sense that the temperature is going down or the volume is going down too much, and you need to adjust before it gets too low.
Or if you are introducing a new product or new service that is new for everybody, you need to turn up
Yep.
again.
Yep.
Yeah,
And that's
and
how people need to think, right? Every time something shifts, I need to assess my people from inclusion and diversity side. I need to assess them from the stress load that they're having. I need to assess them from a leadership standpoint and see where do I need to turn this maxed out, or where maybe just it needs to be a little bit turned down, or where does it stay the same? And it's not a formula, as Kevin will tell you many times, because each company, each team is so unique and so diverse that it's like a complex ecosystem that we can't say from an outside standpoint 2 + 2 = 4. It's just not like that.
And that's why it's dangerous to look for help in plug and play approaches. Software, even software plug and play is only good to a point. You still got to learn how to operate within the environment and things like that. It may plug and play with the computer, but the human has to be able to interact. And same way with the whole employment cycle is that it's not the 5 easy steps or the 7 habits or the formula. That's part of what causes us to lose human sustainability when we start plugging people into formulas. And because we don't fit formulas, we don't behave mathematically. It's just not the way we're made up.
Those darn emotions get in the way. Just human
Yeah.
beings have this thing called emotions, and we're just not robots. It sucks for management.
And we have, as Jenny helps us remember, we're diverse. We have some common ground. We have some commonality, but each of us is very different. And the formulas don't allow for that many variables. Let's say not any of the formulas that most of us could work. I suppose we could get a bunch of them. Okay. I was looking at a comment. AI and technology trends can only assist to an extent. It's the human element. Very good, Jimmy. That's one of the things that we talk about regularly is, the technology's great. It's got value, but at the end of the day, there is not going to be any environment where a company can work solely robotically. It just will not happen. And that's why a little different thing to think about is people say, well, how do I prepare for the advent of AI? Well, the best thing you can do is to be the best in your humanness that you can be and develop those skill sets that cannot be programmed or robotically replicated. So, okay, so moving along. So how do you assess the need for personal and professional development? We're talking about transitioning from onboarding to get going with professional and personal development. How do we do that?
So I would say, again, it's thanks to, first of all, the one-on-ones that the leader has with their employees. They will know what is their personal goals, where do they want to be in 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years. As I mentioned earlier on as well, is trying to align as well with the needs of the business. What will I need versus what do my employees want? That's one. And also, I think it's in ensuring as well, and it's probably done more at a team meeting level or in whatever communication a company does, whether it's via newsletter, intranet, team meetings, whatever. But it's also keeping the employees regularly informed of what's happening, what are the upcoming changes, what are the trends that are being seen, what are the things that are being worked on, so that then again, employees know what's going on and they can show interest and tell their managers the next time they're going to have a one-on-one, hey, I've heard this, I would be interested in working on that if I have the possibility, or do you think I would be a good person to work on that? So that is where the exchanges are happening, in my opinion. So again, it's back to communication, but also in one-on-ones and regular meetings. That is, to me, again, the critical part here. What do you think, Anton?
Know your people. I mean, honestly, just know your people. I won't brag, but I'll brag a little bit. I had a team of 43, right? And that's my biggest team I ever had that was directly under me as a manager. I had assistant managers to help out. And at any point, I could tell you what events they had going on personally, like if their kids had soccer games coming up. But at the same time, it wasn't just personal. I also could tell you within $500 of where they were within their goals. Just so I knew very early, if there's something that's consistently missing, I need to intervene early, get them the development, the training that they need before the end of the, cycle comes around. And now I'm coming down and yelling at them or, reprimanding them because they missed something, right? You have to be really proactive, and you have to know your people to identify these things early on, even sometimes before they identify them. We hire coaches because we get that external perspective. Well, as leaders, we need to be those coaches for our people. We need to help them to see some things around the corners that they may be blinded to because they're too much in the middle of it, right? But the other thing is understanding them, not just from life and professional standpoint, but also their health, something that their mental state, right? That's something that people need to understand. And what I mean by that, when it comes down to development, if your person's not in a good mental state in that moment, development can wait. I'm just telling you, there's just nothing that's going to work. Adding more to these people's plates when they're already burnt out and overwhelmed is not going to help. It's going to make you feel good as a leader because you checked some box and said, hey, I delivered that training. It went in one ear, out the other, because they're in the middle of tunnel vision. They're in the middle of surviving. They're not in this thrive, relaxed, learn mode. So you need to intervene and help them to get there first before you start to, develop them further. So just know your people is my answer.
Yeah, practical tip. In the military, we use a tool called a battle book. And if you're in charge of a unit, small unit, part of your battle book is notes you keep on your team members. And so as a leader, you should have digital files that you keep on your people. If you use a email client, such as Outlook or one of those, set up a folder on each of your team members and keep communication in there. Keep notes so that you know what's going on with them, not because you're trying to be micromanaged or you're trying to be nosy, but if you don't know your people, how can you lead them into the direction they need to go, especially with personal and professional development? And whatever tools you can use will help with that.
Yeah.
And Kimberly makes a comment. She says that, yes, Anton, it is truly as easy to invest and know your team. Concerns me greatly when a leader does not know anything about their team except they're in X role.
Yeah, great. And Jimmy as well made a comment before that constant and continuous feedback should be entertained both ways, upward and downwards, moving away from traditional performance evaluation and
oh God, we just stepped on a landmine.
You don't have to convince us about not doing performance evals.
Guys, there's very little correlation that shows positive performance improvement from traditional performance management. This stuff has been studied, and empirically speaking, it does not improve performance. There's actually oftentimes declines immediately after performance evals because they feel so beaten down and demoralized, they don't feel empowered. Traditional performance management needs to be thrown out. If your company's still using it, hire us, we'll help you.
Well, I'll even tell a personal story. An organization that I worked with, we did a weekly checkup on how we did for the week. We actually showed if we made or lost money for the company. I was in the service field, so we were evaluating, and 95% of the time, on a weekly basis, I was being a positive input for the company. But invariably, when I got my performance evaluation, and whether it was good or bad, and fortunately, it was generally good. But the week after that, without fail, my production level would show up negative. And I don't know, never looked at it to see if it was a direct correlation or causal effect, but it certainly was predictable. So yeah, performance eval in the traditional sense is just not effective because as you said, Anton, by the time we get to an annual or even a biannual evaluation, we've missed the window and correction is gone. And so it just comes out of context.
The same reason we can't use waterfall project management ways anymore, really. We can't use traditional performance management. The world's too complex. We must be faster. We must be more agile. So agile performance management is the way to go because of communication that it brings, right? The communications become so key in such a busy world with such low attention span. That's what we need to remember. The human being's attention span is what, 8 seconds now? I think is what the latest thing that I looked up, slower, less than a goldfish or something ridiculous like that, right? We got to understand as leaders that that's the situation. So it's going to take many touches to create change, many soft, light touches instead of one big hammer. Like it's just not going to work like that.
Yeah.
Well,
We
it makes
haven't-
those of us like Anton, you and I that are tend towards the oh shiny thing approach makes us not look quite as odd as we used to. You know, there a lot of people's attention spans are challenged. V, you had something?
Yeah, I was about to say, Josun made a comment as well. She wrote, if employees are blind about the real needs, they as working team are supposed to be able to respond accurately and promptly enough. The employer is wasting the potential of response existing within the team seen as a human performance engine. Yeah.
It's on the leader. It's 100% on the leader, right? And if leaders blame their team for that, you're in the wrong position. Like you need to figure out, you need to shift things, move things, massage things, polish things until the things get to the point where your team is performing at their human potential. And that's what this is all about.
If there's a problem on your team, I tell leaders the first stop, I don't care what is going on, your first stop's at the mirror. What have I done or not done that has affected my team? Because if you're leading effectively, you are the one that makes the team. And so just take that responsibility. The sooner you do it, the more likely you're to overcome the challenges and help your team grow. So we've talked about assessing for personal and professional development. Let's isolate a little bit and talk about determining a personal development plan. I think a lot of us are accustomed to professional development plan. How do we do a personal development plan as part of the business environment?
So this is going to cover a lot of the stuff that I'm going to talk about later, because you need to create bridges between personal plans and professional plans and connect them. Create those what's in it for them situations where they see that by improving this personally, I get better professionally, or vice versa, right? So they should be intervened and they all should be connected to their vision. So before you worry about all those other things, you need to make sure that you've helped build the vision for this employee, because oftentimes, once again, it's another thing I'll talk about it. Corporations have, if we build it, they will come mindset with training. They think that as long as they build this great training, then it's going to create the result that it does. And then oftentimes it creates very marginal, small results. Why? Because the what's in it for them factor is missing, because these people don't see how it ties into their personal need, their personal desires, right? So I would say first things first is irrelevant whether it's professional or personal, make sure you know the vision, because then you can use that what's in it for them factor to motivate them to do everything else along the path.
Yeah, no, great point. I agree, Anton. What I would say, and that's a question I asked some of my team members in my last job, is telling them, because sometimes they just don't know really what they want to do. And as you say, they don't have this personal vision. I was asking them, well, imagine you're 80 and you're looking back at your life. Just what would you like to have achieved? What would you like to be proud of? And work backwards from that. Okay, if at 80 I want to have been, I don't know, a director, a VP, a CEO, or whatever, or I want to have traveled the world, or whatever, what do you need to do now, in 1 year, in 5 years, in 10 years, so that I can say at when I'm 80, yes, I have achieved what I want? And it's an answer usually people cannot give straight away. It takes time. Sometimes it takes days, weeks, or even months to answer that question. But at least it's exactly to your point, Anton. It forces them to really think, okay, what are the skills I need to have? What do I need to learn? And how does that fit in my current job? And how can I bring value to my current company or my team so that it's a win-win situation for and my team or my manager and myself? So that's also what I would say.
I just want to add real quick, like it just made me think before I forget. I once took over a team that not a single person in the entire market, and we're talking about 4 different teams in that market, wanted to move up. And I'm going to connect this, meaning move up in leadership. It's been so bad. And I realized that if people don't want to move up in life, there's going to be really hard time leading them. But it doesn't mean just in leadership. They need to have to want to move up in life. And if they don't, you as a leader need to find a way to inspire them, empower them, teach them, educate them to get them there. Because I'm telling you, if you don't have that with your people, it's like pulling everything really, really hard. Everything's work, everything's hard, everything requires your involvement. But if you get these people feeling like they want to move up in life, like V's talking about that plan, which we'll talk about life plan later, it's going to be so much easier to get them to do anything. So find a way to do that.
Yeah, the more that we look at our employees in life, not just business, okay, that we don't try to separate the two, the more likely we're to get them engaged. And on a personal development, part of that is helping them with a connection to how that will help them in their work world and home world, and look at it in that way. And to your point about not having, and most people don't even have a vision, and to say that they have a life plan of some kind is a big leap. So what we have to do sometimes is get them to consider a next step. You know, what would you like to try? And there's a risk there that it could be a problem, that it would not go quite as well as we think, but that's a risk that we need to take in order to engage the folks that we working with. And I noticed that Josun has made a couple of comments. Of course, one that her first part of her comment says we need to distinguish clearly between boss, manager, and leader, which Josun, one of our mantras as a team is manage things and lead people. So we agree 100%. And you can't be one or the other to be most effective. You have to be both.
It's unsustainable to not be one or the other, right? The only way to be sustainable is you have to be both a manager or a leader. Otherwise, there's going to be inefficiencies or problems created that will create, unsustainable environments.
Yeah. And Josun also comments, you can buy people to obey to you, but you cannot hire people to trust you unless you're naturally taking them to feel like they can trust you, which is so true. Trust is earned, and no way to cheat feelings or intuitions, and acknowledging those as part of knowing your team members is so critical. And she says, I can silence my word, but nobody can keep me away from knowing how it sounds like. Rather than, again, this goes back to our earlier part of the conference, the summit. Quit making people fit in our boxes. Find where they are, who they are, and figure out ways to help them fit in organically into teams and into the organization as a whole. And one of the best ways there is, remember, we as organizations, we function more like bodies than we do like machines. And when we think in those terms, it's real different.
I like for mentioning of buying, right? You can't buy top level performance. No. That's just the truth. You guys need to understand. There's no money, I'm telling you, no money that you can spend to consistently buy top level performance from an employee, because it requires the human element, and money doesn't have the human element in it. And it requires intrinsic motivation. We're going to talk about fostering entrepreneurial spirit. You cannot buy entrepreneurial spirit within an organization. Just can't do it.
Okay. Another question that we should address as a panel is, how do you bridge the development gap? One of the challenges that we're facing currently is 4 to 5 generations in the workforce, depending on the sociologic opinions that you look at, but a lot of diversity in just generational. How do we bridge that?
Know your people and customize your approach, right? I mean, that's kind of the message across the board that we've been sending this week. Understand their needs, and not from an average standpoint, right? And we're going to talk about difference between military development and business development a little bit later, but military drives people to averages. Businesses tend to fall that way, but they shouldn't, because it's ineffective. We need to understand, what are these people's strengths? What are these people's weaknesses? But also layer those against their potential. Because if somebody's weakness is, pretty bad, but their potential in that is still pretty bad, is that something that you should really be spending a ton of time on? Or is that something that somebody else can do and you focus on a development areas that they're strong in, right? So pay attention to those things, see what kind of things can, with time invested, because we know that development requires resources, be it time, be it, money, whatever it may be. Make sure that that time gets the most for its investment. And that's by working within people's strengths and knowing those people.
Yeah. Now you summarized it. I was also about to say, know your audience. And like I said in the presentation in the beginning, know your audience, know their situation, know their needs, what they like, what they want to do. Don't assume that because someone is the same age as you, that how he or she is thinking. Just really ask questions, ask for feedback, and give them time as well to provide feedback. As I say, some people will be quick in responding, while some others may need more time. Again, we should never assume because someone is older that he or she will have all the answers straight away. So know your people and give them time. Yes, absolutely.
I don't think we've had one question today that didn't have one-on-one as part of the answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like where that one-on-one meeting between the leader and the team member wasn't part of the solution. And I don't think we're going to come across it with anything to do with onboarding and development or anything of that nature. One-on-ones are just so key. And if you're not doing them regularly and consistently, you're not going to have this.
Yeah. Well,
Jeremy is making comment. Teamwork and team collaboration is key. Play off of each other's weaknesses. Yeah.
Yeah, the complementary relationship of strengths and weaknesses is such a value. And in fact, it's a value also in the whole development piece, because you can use someone's strengths to help develop the weakness of others, again, if it's priority. It's part of this consideration is, do we develop weaknesses or do we develop strengths? That's all part of a determination as a leader. And in terms of the bridging the gap, we see right now in front of us the best example of how not to do it, and that is mass production style education and how it's not working. So setting up and saying, okay, well, we're all going to do this as our development plan. There are moments, of course, that you learn things as a team, but to make everything about doing everything the same way, the same time as a team is replicating a broken system that's already in place.
You're hitting on our a la carte approach. And I just want to mention that because, right, it's the customization piece. It's imagine we're doing a development and helping your people to handle stress better, as an example, right? We're coming in as a company and we're working with HR and helping the team members to manage stress better. Some people may have really bad stress problems because of their relationships. Some people may have really bad stress problems because of their health. Some people may have really bad stress because of their work environments, right? And the relationships they have there. What does a typical training do right now? It's this high blanket that comes in and covers everything in kind of high level detail, because there's not enough time. A company can't give up that much time to say everything's going to be covered in detail. But what should be done instead? Instead, whether it be stress, whether it be professional development, personal development, you create this big thing, but then you do a needs assessment, right? A true needs assessment, and you see what are they scoring in. So instead of having them going through everything, let's have them go through the things that they maybe need to be in for their strengths and their high potential and the stuff that interests them, and let the other stuff go aside because somebody else may need that. And instead of having, like you said, this one big blanket course that covers just the high level stuff, give people customized things that they can go really, really deep into and really master.
Yep.
And that kind of transitions nicely into another question, and that is effective online learning. One of the tools we have available so that not everybody has to be doing the same thing all at the same time is online learning, but how do we design that effectively?
V, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so again, I would say you have to be mindful of how your people learn. And as we know, there are different types of learners. There are the visual, the auditory, and the kinesthetic, I think it's called in English.
Kinesthetic, tactile.
Thank you. Yeah, so you need to have that included in whatever online learning program that you do. That is number one. The number two is you also need to, again, find a balance. You shouldn't bring like 8 hours of online learning to someone in one go, because the person will not have enough space in his or her head to absorb the knowledge. So you should really give that bit by bit, and then give them time to practice in between, whether it is with a colleague with shadowing, or whether like doing some small task first, so that again, whatever the person has learned, he or she can put in practice and then go to the next step. So that's what I would say. Online learning is great. It allows you to provide learning opportunities to people that are not maybe in the same room or cannot travel, or like we are, as I say, we are facing now. So that's a great tool, but again, find the right balance. I don't think that because now everybody is stuck at home, that you only need to do this online learning, push, 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 and nothing else. No, you still need the communication, you still need the one-on-one, you still need the practice in between, you still need to give them the opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback in between.
Here's the thing about online learning. It creates a solution, or it makes one thing easy and it makes the other thing much harder. The first thing that it makes easy is how easy it is to deliver information. It becomes very simple, very replicable, very little time is committed to it. But what's being taken away is how hard, or what's becoming harder is how hard it is to understand that information, and how hard it is to apply that information, resonate it, retain it. All those things become a challenge. So in order for online learning to be effective, the learning design, which we talked about, has to become a bigger thing. People need to pay attention to it even more closely than they were in person, because the dynamic has shifted. It's way easier to be distracted. It's way easier to, make it look like I'm learning, but I'm looking at the screen if you're training me something, but I'm doing something different, right? Because I'm just distracted. So it has to be entertaining enough, interesting enough, resonate enough to keep my attention there, especially, with all of our 8-second attention span. So that's one learning design. The other thing is application of learning theories, right? Making sure that both the way it is designed, but also the way that it's taught, and then the way that it's applied, like adult learning theory, or goal setting theory, all those things need to be there, because it's way more important. You can't get away with, online as you could in person. But V hit it hard, right? Communication, make sure that it's not online. Like online virtual learning doesn't mean that it's just them sitting, clicking buttons, nobody talking to them. Make sure that there's some breakout sessions, make sure that there's some, maybe one-on-ones if possible, mentoring opportunities, group discussions, right? Design it in a way that replicates what would happen in face-to-face. In face-to-face, we don't just sit there and listen to somebody lecture the whole time. Even here, even though we're kind of technically the subject matter experts, whatever, we want your engagement, because you're going to learn better, you're going to be more impactful, and you're going to be more evangelical with human SOS. But if we just talk to you the whole time, it's not conducive of learning. So just those are the things that people need to pay attention to.
Yeah, Jimmy makes a comment, more interactive sessions, like Anton added, entertaining and interactive too, customization is key. Okay, I got to throw in, I'm a trainer, I've trained teachers. Okay, whether it's online, whether it's in person, the concept is that we have different dominant learning styles. And any effective learning uses what we call blended strategy. That means that in any learning session, you need to hit all learning styles, because you're going to have a mixture of people. So, for example, if you're going to help someone get better at Excel spreadsheets, okay, one element that would be helpful to one group is to have the how-to step-by-step list, boom, 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 and walk through and your command list and function list, and produce it that way and have it available so they can look at and read it. Okay? Another group that you're going to appeal to is you're going to have someone doing a video showing in action how to put a function in a cell, how to copy and paste or show a range or whatever, and talking it through as they go. And then another form of the same thing is you have a live person that has an Excel spreadsheet that is shared with the entire group. And as you walk through, you demonstrate how to put that function in a cell, and then you let each person put a function in a cell as you observe them in feedback. So in online learning, it's a little more challenging, especially for the tactile or kinesthetic learner, but it can be done if it is done intentionally and with learning concepts in mind and learning styles considered.
Just soon mentioned gamification. It's
Yes.
such a great thing. That's why you're seeing like a lot of websites, a lot of online learning facilitators have created gamification in many different ways. People will do a lot for a badge. I'm telling you, like people, I know two things. People will do a lot for a free t-shirt and they will do a lot for a badge on their anything. Like, and if you can find ways to incorporate that in, like even create prizes, small little fun things, like, and just make it interesting, make it fun, give away t-shirts, give away prizes, give people badges, top learner, give people levels to progress through with an organization, or better yet, tie their pay into their development, into how well they're, how many levels of courses they've attained and stuff like that. Something small, but some people care about that too. So give them reward for the work that they've put in, and then see how much more developed your people become, and you're going to get that money back tenfold.
I just want to come back to one point you made, Anton. You say it's easy to deliver online training or from the receiver end, yes, but from the creation end, it takes a lot of time if you want to do a great job, because you need to take all these elements into consideration, as Kevin said, making sure there is a bit for every type of learner, and also make it interactive and making entertaining, and maybe.
I said it's easy to deliver online training, not easy to deliver good online training.
Exactly.
It's very easy to hit send button and send something in the cloud, and it's now a training.
Exactly.
You see a lot of that kind of stuff on social media right now, all these great trainings.
Well, it's funny you're talking about the motivation to learn, Anton. One of the funniest things I ever encountered, I worked with a team, an industry team, and we were working on, as LEED was being introduced into the construction world, LEED. And so we were working on this committee. And
tell us what it means, Kev.
It is, oh my gosh, what does the
You don't have to say the acronym. What does it represent?
The short version is how to make buildings more environmentally sustainable and how to make them more environmentally friendly. And it became a big thing. We were going to have all these green jobs, which is really interesting in itself. Another day discussion for that. But my part of this was to bring an introductory level environmental sustainability component that we're talking very basic. And one of the members of this team was either a master's or a PhD level in environmental sustainability in construction. But as soon as she found out that I could offer to let her take an assessment and get a certificate on it, even though what this certificate was for was so basic, it's not, but she wanted, one of the first questions is, when can I get the certificate? And we are funny as people, how we're motivated with things like that. And so be sure that we tap into that as a leader to bring that appeal, that motivation.
Know your people. Again,
Know your people.
Here it is. It's a recurring thing, right? And one thing I would say, you just made me think about it, but for a long time I led from the Strength Finder. I don't know if you guys are familiar. I know you two are, but Gallup Strength Finder that has like 39 different strengths. You have your top 5. And I would have all my direct reports top 5 on my board. So that way I knew when I wanted to motivate them, I could easily look on that board and see what are the important things for them, right? If they're a learner, great. They're going to want the delivery itself. They want as much information, as deep of information. The motivation to them is in the learning itself. The better the quality of learning, the more motivated they are. But if they're an achiever, they need that badge and they need that certificate. They need to have something in their hands that says, hey, you've climbed the ladder. You've achieved the next level, right? So understanding not just from big umbrella of human motivation, but individualized to each person and their cares and their strengths, and coming back to that with them factor, what's in it for them.
And we want to make those sometimes more difficult than they have to be. Sometimes the motivator is simply, hey, you did great.
Exactly.
Or a favorite piece of candy. You would be amazed how motivating a piece of chocolate can be to some people. And so
because the thing is, it's
Jeremy,
recognition, right? It's ultimately what it is. It's not the thing that they got, it's the feeling that they got from getting that thing that drives them.
Yeah, Jeremy made another great comment about augmented reality as well, that would assist in the interactive learning process. So yeah, great point.
Jeremy, your head is right in the right space, right? You're thinking about it. How do I recreate as much of the real thing as possible? How do I help those kinesthetic learners to get hands-on, that tactile thing that Kevin was talking about? Yeah, spot on, man.
Yeah, augmented reality, very interesting. I've got a friend that's into it, and he showed me some things, and it's just very remarkable.
In the safety world, this is big. Like I was learning about it in a class last semester, and they were just talking about how it's helping in the safety world to recreate some problems that can't be recreated in real life, otherwise it would cause serious dangers, but allow people to do that, because that's really cool. A lot of times in trainings, we can't recreate the stress of the environment that people are going to be under. And sometimes, honestly, in the military, that is done a lot. Intentional stress is imposed on people to put their mind into that situation. So you need to consider, maybe if they're faced with that kind of task at work, in training, I need to simulate that somehow to prepare them, right?
That's why you see pilots and aviation training now. Simulators are very remarkable, to the point that these flight simulators, they move and they shake and give you the whole feeling. So yeah, more of that you can introduce, the more effective the learning is going to be.
Yeah.
And so we've kind of already hit about how to get our team excited about development. How does, one last question before we wrap up our panel discussion is, how does development play into retention?
Oh, I would say it plays a big role, because obviously if an employee knows that he can become something else in 6 months, in a year, in 2 years, when he knows he has the support of his or manager or leader, that he is being mentored and coached, etc., then of course you will want to wait, because you know that, okay, I have people who care about me, you have people who want me to succeed, who want me to achieve that position or take over this responsibility. And that is a great way. To me, this is one of the best way to retain people. But again, you need to ensure you communicate about it. If the leader has the plan in his head or your head and never communicates that to the employee, they will never know and they may leave. But again, by really working together and making sure, again, that it's a two-way communication, and that there is a plan, and that everybody agrees on the different step, and that there is this vision, then I don't know anyone who would say, well, no, I'm just going to stop and I'm going to leave because I'm not happy. It's as simple as that, at least to me.
Yeah, I mean, we've made retention of people more complex than it needs to be, because I think we're trying to find a formula that doesn't exist. I would look at it as principles, like you taught me, Kevin, and I look at it as this way: show people where they're going to be in the future and give them hope that they can get there, then develop them in the way that shows them that where they are right now is the best place for their future to be. Right. And it takes both of those things, having that future vision and in creating an environment that's not just development, because the care factor and other things we've been talking about have to be there, but where they know that this is the best place for me to be. And I'm telling you guys, I am telling you this with full-hearted, passion, is that that is more important than the money that they get paid. I'm not saying money is not important, Money has to be taken off the table. I've said that before, and I'll say it again, to a point where their basic necessities are met. Their pay is slightly above average compared to their peers within similar industries and stuff like that. But it shouldn't be the thing that you think is motivating your people to stay. It's not. Somebody will always dangle a bigger carrot in front of them. But if that motivation comes intrinsically, it comes internally to where they feel connected, where their future and their current position is aligned to that future, they'll say no to a bigger salary because they know that the bigger thing is coming. So I would say those factors are the most important.
If I may, I would like to disagree a bit with what you said,
Sure, that's
Anton,
fine.
About, you say, the best place to be is where we are now, or where the employee is now, to get to where he wants to be. Yes, but sometimes, and you as a leader need to work with your employee on that, is that maybe you don't have that middle step for that employee so that he can get to the next level. And that is your job as the leader to find out, or to help the person to find another opportunity, maybe in another team, or maybe a slightly different role, so that then after the person can jump better to become, to achieve
What are you
long-term goal.
disagreeing with? I guess I'm not, because I'm agreeing with everything you're saying.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood it. No, because from
what I mean,
you
I said it very generally, like best place for them to be, right? So imagine I sit down with you as a leader and I say, I know that there's about 5 out of 10 things that you need to develop for your personal stuff that we can't achieve right now, but let's work on this one. As soon as we build this, I'm going to show you the route where those other ones are going to be built, whether it's be here with me or it's going to be somewhere else in the company. But I'm saying is in the moment while we're here, let's make them feel that that's the best place for them to be while having the vision for the future.
Okay, so we are in agreement.
Yeah, we're totally the same. You know me, I don't explain stuff well. It's on me. It's not on you.
No, maybe it's me as well who misunderstood. So thanks for the clarification.
It's funny, as a team, we think we disagree sometimes, and it's just our different view of the something. When we agree, we may say it differently or whatever, but the principle is there.
But that's why communication is so key, right? And that's
Right.
why, like, I love when people disagree. Like when these guys disagree with me, like I get goosebumps. I want a team that disagrees with me all the time, because if I surround myself with people that agree, we're just got one brain. It's one brain that's working the whole time instead of using all these other beautiful brains. So no, I love disagreement.
The Josoon brings up a point, and I'll try not to get on my soapbox. You all know what I'm talking about. Academic learning is a very modern thing that is at the same time getting obsolete. Josoon, you're preaching to the choir with me. Our education system, academic education, is not only becoming, in my opinion, it's already obsolete, and it needs to include all of the different elements that you mentioned in there as part of the learning tools. And so get complete agreement, I believe, from our whole team on that one.
Makes me think of the term edutainment, right?
Yeah.
We're heading in the world of edutainment, where people have to, in order to maintain attention long enough to teach a human being something, whether they want to learn it or not, we have to keep them entertained. So edutainment is the future of education.
Well, and we were talking about development and retention. I think it's Richard Branson is the one that says, that throws out the question, what if I invest all this in my employee and they leave? And he says, well, what if you don't invest all of this and they stay?
Stealing my thunder, man. Coming up on the next 2 slides, but true.
Okay.
No, but
Good
so
deal.
true.
So that kind of wraps up our panel for the moment, and we will go into another break at this point. We will give everyone a 15-minute break. And if you need to eat while you're watching or whatever, that's fine, but take a break. And I believe I have 39 past the hour. So at 5 before the hour, we will come back.
Yes.
Or India time, what does that be?
25 past the hour.
25 before.
This whole 30-minute thing, just I can't do it.
That's how the team works, right? So we'll take a break. Again, if you want to throw comments, questions in the chat during the break, we'll be monitoring, or we will address them as we get into Anton's session on development. So thanks, everyone. Appreciate you hanging with us, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Is it about time, V?
I think so. Yes, it's 5 to the hour.
5 to the hour. All
I don't know
right.
if Kevin is back.
We'll do it to it. Hopefully everybody else is back too. All right, guys. So day 3, professional and personal development. That's our focus point today. We're going to run in a similar format as we did before. I'll introduce myself. We'll talk about the agenda. Then we'll have 3 separate presentations with 2 5-minute breaks in between them. But let's kind of get started with me. We did a light introduction in the beginning. I cut about 12 inches off my hair so it doesn't go up in a bun anymore, if you notice that. And yes, hair is a big deal to me. I talk about it a lot. These guys know. But a little bit about me. I'm the chief executive officer of this Prospective Force thing. I don't even know if that title even makes sense. There's a team of 3 of us, but I'll use the fancy title just to seem important for myself. I'm a human performance coach. That's the best way that I can explain what I ultimately ended up being. I've been a personal trainer 12 years ago when I was fresh out of military, out of the Marine Corps. And then I moved into a nutrition coach, metabolic coach. Then I became a health coach. Then I became a life coach. And while I was doing all this, I also managed a team in sales coaching and leadership development and things like that. But it all boiled down to the human being. I realized that my favorite thing to do was to help people to be the best versions of themselves, whatever that meant to them, not to me, and helping people to realize that it's not just about what we think. There's chemical reactions that occur inside of us that drive what we think, and what we think also drives those chemical reactions. So we need to help people from a full standpoint of blood chemistry, brain chemistry, nutrition, movement, as well as leadership and life and all those other things that we talk about. So first came 10% Fitter, right? And that's the kind of the health brand that I brought forward. And then, V and Kev helped me build Prospective Force into where we are now. But just the reality that I want you guys to understand, I've cut turnover by more than 50% with every team I ever led by focusing on human sustainability. And guys, I am proud of that number. And that is not an easy accomplishment. I took one team from 137% turnover to 44% turnover the following year after I took over. Can you imagine 137% turnover on a team, what the culture of that team was, what the dynamics of that team were? And then with the minute we came down to 44%, the performance skyrocketed. Everybody's coming to me and going, Anton, what are you doing with this metric? What are you doing with this metric? And it's the same thing. I'm leading my people in a humanly sustainable way. The metrics are taking care of themselves. I'm not fixating on this KPI or this KPI. I'm leading from a standpoint that allows my people to thrive in their environment. And that's why they stay. And when they stay longer, they become better, they develop better, they learn more, they care more, and all this stuff starts to happen. So let's talk about our agenda. So we're going to review day 1 and 2, just real quick, high level, what we covered to make sure we create continuity in the conversation. Then we'll dive into don't just love them and leave them, kind of the state that we currently experience and what we should do instead. And we'll talk about fostering entrepreneurial spirit. And we'll finish up with casting united vision. I know we're talking about development. All of this is going to be tied into development, both personal and professional. So first things first, from day 1, right? You see people in boxes. People don't live like that, but we tend to treat them like that. We tend to think that people get placed into this nice little box, nice little employee number, and we treat them that way when we're onboarding, when we're hiring, when we're recruiting, all those kind of things. And we just can't operate that way. We have to see people for the individuals that they are, for amazing human beings that they are, right? Then we have to look at hunting versus gathering talent, going to a place where, right, we're looking at, there's passive recruitment and there's active recruitment. But the reality is there's plenty of talent out there, right? The job market is full of candidates. We have to keep an open mind to those candidates and be able to kind of find them, but at the same time, be the kind of premier employer that's also able to attract them. And Kevin did a great job covering all those pieces in how to do that. Right? Then looking beyond the resume is the final piece that he covered. And it's how to look at a person, not as a checkbox, not as a bunch of bullet points on a resume, but really assessing him as an entire human being. He discussed that looking at people's hobbies and some of those things that we don't typically look at, or people even stop putting on a resume once they kind of get some job experience, but they're vital. They tell us about who they are, not just what they've done. Then V brought in putting the square peg into a round hole, right? She taught us all how to do that. That was Kevin's joke. Not really, it's impossible. You're not going to, but many people keep trying. And it's a bad practice to have. It's not going to happen. We keep thinking that I have this unique individual. They're beautiful. They're amazing. But for some reason, I have this mold that I keep trying to fit them in. And when they don't fit, I think something's wrong with them. No, something's wrong with you and your mold for trying to fit them into it. Then we got into investing up front or paying more later, right? The understanding that oftentimes development, which we'll talk about the problem of that as well as onboarding, is looked at a cost. And people need to start looking at it as an investment, and a huge investment that saves you cost down the road. Because one way or another, you're going to spend money, whether it be a little bit of money, a little bit of resources in the beginning to teach it the right way, or you're going to spend a lot on the back end trying to fix that poor first impression that you made on your onboarding, while you were onboarding this new hire. And then ultimately team synergy through complementary strengths, right? And that's using people's individual abilities and helping them be unique and maintaining their uniqueness in order to thrive as a team versus trying to make everybody equal, even, and trying to get everybody's weaknesses up. We allow people to thrive in their strengths, and we'll talk more about that with development. So that's really was the first 2 days. And I just want to reiterate this point from my keynote. I know kind of V already touched on it, but this is important to understand with development, because too much development can create too much stress and cause too much problems. And you think you're doing a good thing, but you're actually doing a bad thing. So just remember how our performance works. Look at the graph on the left. That kind of shows our amount of stress applied. As stress goes up, our peak performance gets to a level where we kind of hit that performance level. We need to have some stress to be there. But if we stay there too long, we don't recover, we're going to crash. And take a look on the right-hand side here, right? If you're not managing your people properly, they're always fatigued, exhausted, panicked, anxiety, anger, their stress is overloaded, and they're burnt out. It is not conducive of learning. That is not conducive of development. That is not where people are going to grow, desire to learn, and want to be motivated to do it better. Where it does live is going to be on the left-hand side. But in order for you to be good with development, you have to treat the human operating system in a sustainable way. And it doesn't mean just with development. If you constantly have, my boss used to actually say that I keep a finger on your pulse, meaning that he paid attention to how much pressure he applied to me. Just in case it was not enough pressure, he applied more so that way I perform better. The problem that is, if you do that for too long, person's going to crash. So yes, put the pressure on them sometimes if needed be, but know that it has to be a safe amount, right amount. And you got to what? Know your people. That's a common thing that's going to come, because one person, you may apply a little bit of pressure. It's nothing. They want more pressure. I am that person. I want pressure on me. I thrive under pressure. I find roles where that's the kind of role that, that allows for that. Some people, you put a little pressure on and they break. Nothing wrong with them. It's just different people that respond to pressure differently. You need to know your people and know the right amount to apply. And guys, I don't see feel free to chime in and write anything in the comments, pop questions, make comments, rhetorical, questions, whatever it may be, because I won't see them. These guys will let me know. And then we get into don't just love them and leave them. That's the current state that ultimately happens, right? They get this promise. You come into an interview and the manager is just the most exciting manager. They're really friendly. They love on you. They want to get you to sign this piece of paper that says, all right, I am in. I want to work for this company. Maybe they even loved on you in the first day of onboarding. Like V said, they introduced you to the team. There was a big 5-minute hot seat and everybody made a big deal about you. Then the next day came in and you're just one of the herd. You're now just one of the many, many people that are here. And it's that mentality of just, hire a bunch of people, throw them at the wall and see what sticks. And I've taken over teams with previous managers like that. And I'm telling you, what a horrendous performance that was. So currently we have lack of training and leadership development. We have reactive mindset and we have skill misalignment. And we're going to talk about each one of these on the next slide. So first of all, right, people need to develop their people for their future. And they need to lead them properly. Right now, what we're seeing is lack of training and leadership development is accounting for about 66% of turnover. We conducted a poll and we asked, what is the reason that people have left organizations? And over 66% of people, out of all the things that we asked, named lack of training and leadership development as the biggest problem, meaning that not necessarily their leadership development, their leaders didn't have enough development to lead them properly, right? And those are very, very big things. We're going to talk about both of those. The development dilemma. And that's kind of what we talked about, right? What if we train them and they leave versus the other guy comes in and says, well, what if we don't train them and they stay? And that's what we need to think about. But the development dilemma really can be understood a little bit more empirically, right? We can understand that when I create a training, and those in the HR world understand, it doesn't create an immediate change. It takes some time for it to create the effect that's needed. Here's what I'm not going to say a bad leader, but well, not an educated leader will do. And they will say, all right, my average team member tenure is 1.6 years. By the way, guys, that's a typical team member tenure, plus or minus half a year, regardless of generation, by the way. Many people think that young generations hop jobs more than old generations. The variance is actually not that big, about a year and a half, plus or minus half a year. So they're going, if this training is really going to take about 2 years to make it happen, but these people are leaving by a year and a half, it doesn't make sense to make that training. It's a very poor way of looking at it. It's because you're looking at something as just that final outcome. You're not looking at training as a journey that's going to have trickle over effect in so many other places. And the reality is your current year and a half tenure will become much longer because of the training that you did. So you're trying to compare the final outcome down the road to the current KPIs and metrics that you have. Don't do that. If you think that your people need the training, invest in the training irrelevant and where your tenure is. And I'm telling you, that's a really, really common dilemma in your C-level, like high-level executives. They're coming in and they're just looking at data, and they want the data to say that this is going to pay us out. When it comes down to development, it is very hard to quantify a return on investment because it touches so many areas that it's hard to see that full picture. And that's why we must accurately assess the investment. We must accurately assess when we're considering investing into a training. We have to see all the possible trickle down effect. We won't be able to, but I'm saying we need to at least try, so that when we're presenting value and we're going as an HR manager or just a hiring manager, we're going to our C-level team, we can't just say this is the training that they need. You need to explain to them all the trickle down effects that it will help with. Then they'll be more bought in to buy this for the organization. I see some chat. Anything in the chat? I saw one pop up.
Nothing for now, Anton.
Cool. Moving on then. So currently we have reactive development, right? We got to a point where all of a sudden a key performance indicator became so bad that now we're coming in and we're trying to put that development in. We mentioned the locomotive yesterday. I talked about it a little bit, and development is a very big locomotive. In order to kickstart that engine, it takes a lot of work. So you don't want to ever stop it. Development can back off speed. You can throw less coal in the engine or more coal in the engine, but you never stop. You never just coast, because there's no such thing as maintenance in business. And then let me explain why. You can't just maintain your current level of development for your people and think that's fine. Why? Because everything's relative. Competitive advantage is relative. So if you didn't do anything for your development, but your competitor did something, you went down. You didn't stay the same. You actually got worse. So for that reason, you have to get out of this mindset of, I can just maintain where we got to. I got to a level and I coast. They will go down just from a human standpoint, but even more so from competition standpoint. Only a fraction of possible outcomes is received with reactive development, because what we do is there's piss poor planning that occurs at that point. Managers are very quick to throw something together, and what gets left aside? The way that information is received. That's usually the first thing that gets left aside in reactive development. People are so concerned with delivering the right information to cover the gap between the current performance and desired performance, but they forget to put a whole lot of things in there to ensure that information is received and being able to be applied. That's what reactive development does, because you haven't sat there with time, observed people, understood people, seen what those problems are and what's the best way to correct on an individual basis. You just did this blanket statement. Here you go. You got the development. Now you're feeling good as a leader. I did my job at development. No, you didn't. You just might as well wrote an email, sent it out to the team, and have been the same thing. Learning design, learning theory all matter, and you can't do it with reactive approach. So I already mentioned in business, there is no maintenance, guys. You need to understand, if you want the greatest level of competitive advantage, I would be hard pressed. Anybody would argue with me by saying that people are not going to be the greatest investment for development, right? There's no technology, there is no anything in the world that dollar for dollar will create a bigger return in investing in your people. And I think that tech, people will argue, but when you look at the big picture of development, when you see how much it impacts your engagement, when you see how much it impacts your retention, your productivity, all those trickle down effects, you go, there's no way technology can ever reach that. But oftentimes right now, we're investing more into tech than we are into people development.
Anton, we have a comment from
Yep.
Kimberly. She writes, a leader who is truly focused on human sustainability gets the importance of development, and not just for the development of the team members for his or her current position, but future positions, even if that position is elsewhere. Give each team member the tools to fully develop their potential.
Mm-hmm. It's understanding, right, that some team members, I forget what the saying, some people come in for, you know, a year, some come in for a season, but if we lead people with humanly sustainable way, they'll be there for a reason, right? And that's, I changed that a little bit. It wasn't, human sustainability wasn't there before I threw that in. But the point is, a leader has to come in and say, you know what, I'm not going to keep all my people for 5-10 years. I may have some here for 6 months. I may have some here for 5 years, but the way that I treat my people that are only here for 6 months will matter to those people that are here for 5 to 10 years. So you can't have this different approach to people. You have to develop everybody, and you have to come with the understanding that if they leave me, it's not personal. So many leaders think that I'm not going to develop them, or because they're just going to leave. Great. If they leave, maybe they'll talk about your company in a positive light when they leave. They're going to leave one way or another. So make sure their experience there is as good as possible. And in that way, they're just going to stay. They're not going to end up leaving without even focusing on it. Thanks. Great comment, Kim. So weird little picture on here, right? We're talking about development, and why are we seeing a foot with a bunion? Right? It's a weird analogy, but I wanted to put it in here because I wanted to show you lack of efficiency. Because when we start to create, we start to not use our people properly. We start to get everybody to an average. We start to always try to develop people's weaknesses instead of the strengths. We're never using our people to their potential. And using is a bad word. What would be a better word? We're never empowering our people to their potential, because we should never use people. But what you see here, it seems like a small thing, right? Just a small little misalignment. But what that one misalignment does to the entire chain in the body is astronomical. You can have shoulder problems because you have a bunion. You can have neck issues because you have a bunion. So the point that I'm making here, those little misalignments, when they seem small in themselves, are not a big deal. But when you start to look at a misalignment in a chain, that's when it becomes a real bad problem. And when your final outcome is potential, yes, that's going to be a really big problem. So military versus business development. I understood this about 6 years into business. It took me 6 years to figure it out. And I was doing a lot of things wrong along the way. I kept trying to get everybody up to par that I had in my mind. I thought that here's a list of skills that everybody has, right? And here's the average. And we're going to do this exercise here in a bit if we have time. And here's the average. And what I looked at is I saw everybody that was below the average that I had set in my mind that they should be at, whether it be revenue or whatever the skill was, customer service, complaints, doesn't matter. I wanted to get everybody there. Why? Because that was the military mindset. I come from Marine Corps background, did my time there, deployed. So I was prepared for combat, and I was in combat. And what's different between business and military? In military, there's usually work in fire teams of 4. Then you have a bigger team from there, but your immediate team is a fire team of 4. You need to know all the other people's job on that fire team, because in case somebody died, you may need to step in and cover it. So I couldn't have, so the term of you are as strong as your weakest link is so true in the military. The term you are as strong as your weakest link in business is absolutely not true. Weakest link is not somebody that can't, job specialization is much greater in business, right? So if somebody gets sick, if somebody gets injured, we can bring in a new person. There's even temp hires nowadays, right? We can bring in a temp hire just to cover for something that happened. So that means that I don't need everybody on that team to know what that person does, or more importantly, to be at the level of skill set that that person's at. That's a really important concept that we have to understand in business, because there I can identify the skills that they have that they're the best at, figure out what their potential is there and drive them there and make that be the area that they're in. Then find another team member with opposing skill sets and do that. We talked a little bit about strengths and weaknesses earlier, and I will go, my newest thing that I'm really exploring, and it's a little bit extreme, but leave some people's weaknesses completely alone. Because a weakness oftentimes has an opposing strength. And when you work on a weakness, you're lowering the opposing strength. It's something to consider, something to think for you guys. Look in your life and start to accept yourself. When we start to really accept ourselves and our team members, we start to identify that in certain ways we are good at something, because in other ways we are bad at something. And by fixing the bad, we're actually lowering and adapting our natural strengths. And sometimes that's not a good thing. So make sure we're not doing that. Make sure we're developing people for business, not for military. So skill misalignment, I kind of already touched on that, right? It creates a problem because we're driving people to a predetermined thing that's a blanket statement instead of their individual strengths and potentials. So focusing on potential is a big difference, where we're looking at, say your team average is to be able to write 10,000. I've done a lot of sales, guys, so a lot of my examples are from sales. Say your team average is 10,000, right? And how they can achieve it is in different ways. Some of them can sell a product, some of them can sell a service. And this, you have a team member that's underperforming and they're only hitting 5 in total. And you're going, okay, if I really focus on both teaching them to sell products and services, it makes sense logically that I would get them over 10 much faster. But what you don't realize is by actually understanding the team member, you see that their ability to sell a service because they're confident in who they are is much better than their ability to sell a product because they don't believe in something that they can't sell. Or sorry, they can't sell something they don't believe in. And that's just an area that's a supplement per se for health. So if I just spell equal amounts of time on both categories, I may get that team member to 10, maybe, great. But if I actually looked and understood that team member as an individual and I saw their true potential is in service, their ceiling is actually 20,000 in service alone. That's what they can do. Let this product thing go. Don't worry about it because I got another team member that's really good at selling products. I'm going to give them more leads in that area, more tasks in that area, while the team member that is really good at selling service, I'm going to invest into them. And guess what? Down the road, you're going to see how I'm going to use this person, I say use, empower this person to lead others that need to be developed in service because I utilized their strengths and I made them feel so good about it instead of constantly reminding them how they're weak in this other thing. So just something to consider.
Anton, sorry
Yep.
to interrupt. We have again 2 comments. One
Let's
from
do it.
Camberley, who says, love that, Anton, enhance your strength instead of focusing on the weakness. And Jimmy, who says as well, true, Anton, one's weakness can be strength of other, part of teamwork, understanding and respecting the limitation and use it to doing their tasks.
What do you guys think about that, right? The concept of leaving a weakness alone, because if you develop it, you can potentially make an opposing strength lower. Think about that. And if you guys can come up with some examples that come to mind where that's relevant so people can kind of, understand it better, I would love to see them in comments and you guys say what it is. So next thing we're going to do, I'm going to run you guys through a quick exercise here. And I got to share a screen. Getting serious. Well, there's I gotta stop this one. Okay. Switching technology right now. Bear with me. We all know that that's not a thing I'm very good at. So we're gonna do an exercise right now. I'm trying to pull up a whiteboard as soon as I figured out how to expand my screen. I don't know where my share button went. Screen. Okay, there it is. All right. All right, I need your participation here because I want you guys to give me some skills and tasks. So we're going to draw a little line here on the board or a graph. So what we're looking at right now is imagine each one of these lines is a measurement of a team member's skill. So give me some examples of what are those skills might be for team members. Somebody give me, anybody, Kev, V, doesn't matter, anybody. What are some of these skills that a team member may have?
Organized.
Okay. And guys, excuse my horrible handwriting. I can't write on regular paper, and this is going to be even harder on this kind of paper. Okay, organization, ORG, we get it.
I was going to be real impressed, Anton, to see you pull that one off.
No, man. I'm. You guys see, the thing is, I accept my weakness because I'm really good with like on the fly type of stuff, but having prepared and nice handwriting organization is not. But once again, it makes me be really good at on the fly kind of stuff because I'm not really organized and prepared. But anyway, what's the other one?
So we have Jimmy who said persuasive.
Persuasion. Okay. What else?
People skills.
People skills, right? So people skills, kind of soft skills, right? That kind of stuff. Okay.
Then I'm going to say creative. Jimmy wrote it for you, Anton, but let's put it that as another skill.
I appreciate that. So we're creative. Anything else? Give me 3 more.
Analytical.
And okay, there we go. Now we're getting to a good one because we're thinking about opposing skills, right? Normally somebody's going to be either very creative or very analytical. You're usually not going to have somebody that's both. Any others?
Jimmy mentioned IT skills.
Okay, so we got kind of technical skills, tech, IT. All right, great.
And I'm going to add another one. Public speaking is good at talking.
Public, presenting, right, in general.
Presenting, yes.
All right. So what we're getting at here is each one of these skills. What this line is average. Average for the team. So we're looking at it right now. What most people would do, they would look at this graph and go, okay, oh, looks like, say, Johnny Bravo is the person that's the team member's name is Johnny Bravo. It's just the military thing. That's what we call everybody in the military. And you're looking at us and going, okay, are their organization skill are below par? Their creativity and their analytics skill are below par. That is where we need to develop them. This is the reality of what's happening right now, guys. That's what we're doing, is in going in this route and going, that's how we need to develop them. Instead, what we should be doing, here's the other thing that will change how you look at this. What I'm going to write next to it is another blue line. Right? So the blue line represents their potential. Does that change how you look at this graph now? Because as an example, before you said creativity was something they needed to work at, but they are not a creative person. They don't have a creative bone in their body. They're just all analytics, all brain, all numbers, all kind of, systems. So should you really be spending time on that team member and really, most importantly, wasting their time in developing in something that they're never going to be good at? What does that make them feel like all the time? Have you ever tried to get better at something, and no matter how much you do it, you keep getting worse and worse and worse, or at least not getting anywhere? Frustration sits in. Definition of insanity sits in, right? But we do this in business all the time. And then we're wondering, why is it they're not getting anywhere? They never had the potential to be there because you didn't know your team members enough to understand what their true strengths are, right? Where you look at their organization, on the other hand, okay, they got potential to actually be better than the average on the team. Let's go there. Or better yet, you look at their persuasion and their people soft skills. They're already good, but they have so much more room for improvement. Those are some of the biggest areas they can become subject matter experts in and become future people developers of other folks, right? So just a little bit of a different way of looking at this. And I'm a visual person, so hopefully that helps you guys to kind of grasp more of what I was talking about. That's a system that's got to go.
Yeah, Jimmy made the point exactly. Again, like we said before, know your team, know their strengths and their weaknesses.
No, absolutely, guys. And it's coming back to understanding the investment, right? It's okay. So okay, let me do another drawing. Sorry. I used to teach a lot. So like for me, the whiteboard is like my most comfortable place to probably be. It's just when it works well. I'm trying to use a tablet. All right, never mind. It's being difficult. But what I wanted to show you guys is sorry, lost my train of thought. What was I saying? My
You
thing's
were going
screwing me
to
up.
do something on the whiteboard about
Yes.
potential.
About what?
You were talking about potential.
Potential. God, why I just had something I wanted to draw to you guys. I don't know. It'll come back to me. But anyway, so with that stuff, guys, just understand you have to. Oh, that's what it is. Was dopamine. So motivation. You need to be motivated to deliver the training, to make the decision to purchase it or to create it. You need to be motivated to do so. And this is strictly talking to the leaders right now. And when you look at the return on investment in a very small frame, and you're only seeing the result as something that's very small, the likelihood of you investing into that training, whether it be outsourcing or investing time to create it, is going to be very small. So that's why leaders really need to start to truly understand the trickle down effect and all the full impact of the training. What I'm saying by that is fully analyze the value, fully analyze what areas it's going to impact. And it seems tedious and it seems unnecessary, but so many leaders are not jumping on development simply because they are not seeing the big picture of the value and the big picture of the impact. So I would just challenge you to investigate and maybe spend some time with your team and just asking them, if you got this, what would that do for you? And you may be surprised. You may open up your eyes to so many things that they see as value that you never saw. And then you start to see them build this complete picture of value, and you're much more likely to invest into it. So that's really all that I had. I'm going to be a little bit shorter on this one because I got a longer one with Life Plan coming up. So let's take a break here. If anybody has any questions, may need to bring out the crayons. Yeah.
Before we break, just remember that look at return on investment. And there is so much data to support that development is always a positive return on investment, in not just in intangibles, but in monetary sense. That people need to really consider that. In economic hard times, one of the first things we want to throw out is training and development. And it's so backwards, and especially backwards to being humanly sustainable. We got that one turned upside down.
Great point, Kevin.
And like I said, the more you understand your people and their value, the more you'll see that. Because a lot of times we take a limited perspective. We see a small thing of what the whole piece can be. So talk to your peeps, understand their needs. We talked about a lot about this in the panel discussion, but we didn't mention one thing: ask your people. Ask your people what they need. I think we haven't mentioned that one time of figuring out how to close the gap. Don't try to solve it all yourself. Sit down and figure out, what do you need and what will that do for you? What do they need will help you to understand what needs to be created, but what will that do for you will help you to understand the full value that that's going to bring.
That's a novel idea. Have a question and actually ask it. Don't know, Anton. It's way out there.
All right, guys, let's take a 8-minute break. To 10:35, or sorry, 35 after or 5 after?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's do that. Let's see. Do I have a 5-minute break slide I can share? I don't have cool slides like you. I tried to copy and paste it, but it wasn't doing it.
Would you like me to share a break slide?
Yeah, share a break slide so they can see.
All right, let me see what I can do here. Hang on just a second. Okay, there we go. Now I share it here.
All right, man, you can stop sharing.
All right.
File from beginning. Oops, not from beginning. Escape. Current file. There we go. Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet.
Mm,
Not yet. Okay, hold on. There we go.
Yes, now we can.
Okay, now we're
Perfect. All right, we're ready. Is it time?
Yes, it
Yep.
is.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to talk about fostering entrepreneurial spirit, and let's kind of break that down first, right? Because I think sometimes you tell people, I want you to foster entrepreneurial spirit in your organization. People are like, no, don't do that. Everybody's going to leave and start their own company. That's not what I mean. And guys, just because somebody can start their own business does not mean they're going to start their own business. If you love on your people the right way, if you develop them the right way, and remember, if they see the future is achieved best by being where they are right now, they're not going to start an entrepreneurial business. They're not going to go for business for themselves. But what it means when you have an entrepreneurial spirit in your team members, that means that they care about this company as if it was their own. They would treat it the same way, right? I talked a lot about this when I managed, gyms, and I was a GM at a gym, and we had to clean a lot, right? And I wanted to send this message to my people, but also more importantly, wanted to build it in my people that the cleanliness of the club, they cared about the same way as they do their house. The same way you wouldn't bring people into your dirty house and show it that way. I wanted them to care the same way about the building. And it all came to create an entrepreneurial spirit within them. So that comes from leadership development. And that's not just from developing them as leaders. It comes from your own leadership development, being able to develop yourself and know how to inspire people the right way. It comes from task to strength synergy, right? If mentioned on the last slide, we had a person that had low potential and also low performance, below average. So we kept trying to push it. That person will never have entrepreneurial spirit. Just not, because they're not going to feel good within their place of employment. And in order for you to care about some place, you need to feel good in that place. You need to care about protecting the prosperity of that place, right? If I really love my job, I never want something to happen to that job, because then I'm going to have to find another place that's like that. If I really love my team members that I work with, I don't want anything to happen to that environment, because I really enjoyed the team's interactions that I have with those people, right? And then in order to do this, this is where you guys see 5 levels of leadership from John Maxwell. And we're going to do an exercise right now where I'm going to show you guys how I've built leadership development programs for my previous teams. There's a lot of what I see, and guys, tell me if you've seen this. I want to see what the group says. Do you see leadership development start and stop all the time? This, to me, in my experience, it's one of the most common programs that starts, goes for a few months, and then dies off. Starts, goes for a few months, and dies off. People understand that there is importance to leadership development, but they don't have accurate systems into how to do that. Hold on one sec. Nope, there's not a way for me to see it. But so what they're doing is they're basically what I normally see happen. A manager goes, all right, I got to develop for the future. I got to develop my leaders. It's the thing I got to do. They put way too much on their shoulders. They don't think about the future of this program and how to build it sustainably to where it doesn't require a whole lot of their time. There's a way to do that. And what ends up happening, they put a bunch of time, bunch of effort. They go for 2 months, 3 months, whatever it may be. And eventually the other things that were important fall to the side. So now they got to go play catch up there, and the leadership programs falls aside. My leadership development was the most important meeting in my calendar. It trumped anything. It trumped my meetings with my senior management. It trumped my meetings with my lower management, whatever it was. It was the most important meeting in 6 years that I ran leadership development. So you got to figure what, over 300 meetings that's happened weekly. I missed a total of 6. 1 a year on average. And then there's 2 in 1 year, one another year, and those trips and different things coming up. But it's that important. It's something that never went away. And you're going to see how doing that created the success on my teams that fixed turnover and did all those things by just having the system. And Kevin knows I'm a fan of systems. He'll make fun of me sometimes. I'm too much of a fan of a system sometimes. I'm always trying to get everything to a system. But I think that, yeah.
No problem with systems, Anton.
But sometimes you got to remember the human beings push buttons too. But the point of a system, right, is I'm going to challenge you as leaders and your HR managers and all these people to have a systemic approach to leadership development. So what you see here is 5 levels of leadership by John Maxwell. This man is brilliant. I've learned a ton from him, but I ran my entire leadership development program off this pyramid. That's what it was. And that was the basis of it. And I understood that first, a leader needs to understand positioning, right? People follow me because they have to. So in this area, the kind of development that went in here was job requirements, technical skills, right? The basic stuff. So what happened is we took a group of people, and I had a team of, I think the first time I started was a team about of 30. And I asked them, who wants to move up? Nobody raised their hand. All right. So what we had to do is we had to start in personal development first. I started to create a personal development group. And in there, I started to inspire them to become leaders, because I told you when I took over, there was not one person in the market that wanted to move up because leadership positions look so bad. And that was my biggest thing. So by enticing them with personal development, I got them to want more. And then they went into desiring leadership. If you already have people desiring the position, you may not have to do that step in that moment. It may come in later. So I identified a group of people, and I think it was about 6 to 8 team members out of that group that wanted to do that. And I said, this is a commitment. This is not something that you're going to come and go to. This meeting becomes now a mandatory meeting. We reevaluate in 4 weeks. If this is not for you, great. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to make it a little bit rigid, because sometimes people kind of, they come in, they poke their head, and the minute they hit some resistance, the minute they get uncomfortable, they back off. There should be there. They just need to learn how to work past resistance. So for that reason, I asked them to commit to at least 4 blocks at a time, four development sessions at a time, and then I reevaluate at the end of the month. So we started with basics, right? They got into, I wanted to know how they could pull a report. When they got to the leadership position that they were in, do you know how to push a button to find the report that you need to find? Basic things. Do you know how to create a report, deliver it to the team? Do you know how to help team members with looking up and clocking in their hours? Just the little administrative technical things that are part of a leadership position, part of management position that we understand. But they're very basic. They don't require a lot. And then we move it into permission, right? Now your people want to work for you. So now we started to have them take people under their wing. This phase is when they started to become mentors, and they started to work on not necessarily your high level potential people, but people that are just kind of newer. They need somebody, but there's somebody taking care of them right now. And we started to develop meetings and how to do that better. How can they be viewed as a people's champion? How can they be viewed as a person that's servant leader, as Kevin would say? How can they be the person that people come to with problems? How do they become that individual? So that was level 2. Then comes in production. And this is where we focused on their individual performance. There's different types of leadership. I come from a leadership that if you're still in an executor role, you need to be one of the best performers with the time that you have. Right. But not all leaders are in an executor role. So that just kind of depends. And what I mean by that is if you still execute the function that your front line does, like in sales as an example, right? So if I always still did, I enjoy sales. So I never gave it up. Even as a senior manager and, when I was running the market, I still did individual sales because it's something that I enjoyed, but also I could show my team what was possible. A lot of times we get people that go, oh, you haven't been in it for so long, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, if I can just show you right now, here's my own individual performance. I'm not just talking the talk, I'm walking the walk. And I wanted all of my leaders to be that way. I never wanted any of my leader to be the kind of person that just says, you go do this, while they wouldn't do it. But also the dirty stuff, right? Getting your hands dirty is another thing that I taught them. I taught them everybody hates cleaning, but you better be the first person there. Right? You better be the first person doing it before your team, so they don't see that you're putting them below you. So that's where really production comes in, is so that there is no such thing as, preferential treatment for ourselves, or on the other hand of asking for performance that we can't deliver ourselves. That's a big one that I see a lot of leaders do, unfortunately. And then comes in level 4, which is people development. Now they're going in, and instead of just having somebody under their wing where it was just general mentoring, now we're moving into teaching them one-on-ones. Now we're teaching them how to be coaches. Now we're instilling those point A to point B skills on how they can empower people to come up with their own answers, their own solutions, and own their solutions to get to the, the root cause of the problem and correct it. So now it becomes more formalized. They have their one-on-one meetings set up formally. They're recording their one-on-ones meetings. They're actionable items right in the meeting that we're following up the following meeting, seeing how it went, how it changed. And I am helping them as well as they're helping each other on how to adjust and how to shift that. And then ultimately they're getting to that pinnacle of, they're respected, they're high performance, they're just that leader. And ultimately I would never get anybody there because I'm not there. I don't think I'm a level 5 leader yet. I strive to hopefully get there. Kevin and V will hopefully help me. But at the same time, like, I don't think anybody's ever got there. That's something that we're always striving for. It's something that we're always getting for. I think the point of being a level 5 leader is you'll never say you're a level 5 leader. So that's that pinnacle, right? So what does this ultimately look like in action? The program went like this, and this is what I want your participation on right now. I want you guys to chime in and let's run through this exercise. So what we did is first we did the book, 5 Levels of Leadership, just to understand high level what each one of them was. But this is how I wanted to start to create the right motivation for people. I wanted to make sure that it's not just delivering their leadership development, is that they were part of it. They felt autonomous during it. They felt important, impactful, all those important things. So I gave them the power to choose the direction kind of that we were going in. So this was the outline, the 5 levels of the outline. And we did a 6-month program where for each level, there was 2 books that we covered and they picked the books. So as an example, when it comes down to position, we talked about management skills. That's what that was. So I want to ask you guys, do you know any books that would be ideal for a new manager to understand the technical aspects of management and their position? What would be some of those examples that you've read that would be relevant for that area?
In some parts, creative followership.
Tell me why. Tell me why, Kev.
Well, because he addresses in the book elements of how to be about the function that you need to be and how you need to fill the role and the communication involved, some of the basic components of functioning as a manager.
Love it. That's perfect. That's a great example of the actual duties and functions that you got to do in understanding those. What would be another example? Anybody got another example?
So the book that comes to mind, I've read it a long time ago, so I can't remember all the details, but it was the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. And because there it also gives you some perspective on what you do and the impact you can have on your teams or your team members. So I think that would be also a good one.
Covey's so good. I mean, I think in different times, I've obviously ran through this program many times, and I don't think there's ever been a time where at least one of Covey's books wasn't in it. It's just there's Speed of Trust that fits in there. There's a bunch of different ones that he has, and he's a great writer. Yep. Any others come to mind from the audience?
We have Kimberly who mentions, I think it's Everybody Communicates, Few Connect.
Great. Another good book. Not familiar with that one. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, another great one. So what would happen is every team member that's on this, development team that we have would bring their version of whatever they want to read, and then they would pitch it to the group of why that is. Just like they just explain it and they say why it's a good fit, what we get from it. So not am I just getting the book and not am I just getting them to pick it, I'm also giving these leaders opportunity early on to start presenting and start to practice the skill of persuasion that is so important to leaders, right? You guys are going to see this thing is very layered and it's very intentional because it needs to be that way. The other thing is here, look at the depth that we've spent here. We took 2 books just to cover this area, a full month, sometimes longer, depends on how it went, to really deep dive into it. It shouldn't be rushed. Why? Because this development is proactive. This is happening a year before I need them to be in the leadership position that they need to be. I'm not going, I got 2 weeks to get them up to speed to fill my pipeline that I didn't have built. This is why it has to be so proactive. If you do it right, by the time these people are ready to be promoted, they don't just know your job. They're already interested in your boss's job because they know your job so well, right? And they're motivated, they're hungry, they want to showcase their skills instead of being uncomfortable and going, I don't know how to execute the basic duties. How am I going to be a leader if I don't know how to push buttons with my job? And you'd be surprised how many managers come in and they're spending so much time learning technical things as a manager instead of focusing on building their relationship with their team and growing the culture, right? So that should be the very table stake thing that you establish for them: reports, basic functions, things like that. Now let's dive into permission. So what would be some books that would be good for they want to follow me as a leader? What teaches people to be the kind of leader that is liked and you know, like maybe not a word how you interpret it, but respected, and they want to be working for them?
I would
Go on, Kevin.
Blue Collar Leadership by Max Story.
Why is that, Kev?
Because he talks about going, you know, in that leadership role. It goes beyond just what you have to do as a leader, but how what you do affects other people, and taking into account what you do relative to other people.
Love it. What others? Any others?
The one I'm thinking is from Simon Sinek, start with why. Usually people, when you explain them the why they need to do certain things, then they will follow it. They want to be part of it.
People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, as he said so well. Absolutely. And knowing that and connecting into the purpose is very motivating for people. Any others from the audience?
Kimberly mentions developing the leader within you 2.0.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, right? When you are a good self leader, you're naturally typically going to be good external leader. People that are good self leaders don't end up being external leaders. And when you're leading yourself and you're setting the example, you become the pinnacle that people want to, you know, kind of get up to, and they just naturally follow you. It's human nature. It's just how it happens. Absolutely. The two for me, guys, speed of trust, I already mentioned it. That's the one that usually goes into. And in order for people to want to follow you, they need to feel trust from you. They need to feel empowerment from you. They need to feel that you have their best self-interest in mind. Otherwise, everything is taken through a lens, and that lens is usually not the right lens. It's an us versus them mindset lens, and that's not a good one. The other one that comes to mind, or it does it two that come to mind, How to Lead When You're Not in Charge by Andy Stanley, great author. And that one resonates a lot. And I try to teach that one a lot because it's a very common thing, because this program is designed for your new leaders, right? They haven't really been managers yet. They're just moving into it. Could you use it in other ways? Absolutely. But that's how I used it. A common thing that happens to managers, we've heard the words power trip, right? Where people get a little bit of seniority and now they're bossing everybody around, especially if they came up front of their peers. Now they feel more, you know, superior to them. And I say, could you lead the same way without a title? If you didn't have that title, would you say the same things? Would you do it that way? And if not, don't do it with a title. When I was in the military, guys, I'll tell you, I used to get in trouble a lot because I made it through the ranks really fast. I achieved the rank of sergeant in 2 years and 3 months, which is like astronomical, especially in my MOS. And all my peers had to call me by the rank because that was, you know, the proper thing to do. And I didn't like it. So my seniority would always yell at me, and I would come back to him and say, why does this matter? Why does this thing matter? Should you not care about what I get them to do, how fast I get them to do, how safe I get them to do it? Why does it matter what they're calling me? And I'm not going to get into whether it's right or wrong what I said, but I always had this idea. I don't want people to follow me because I have an extra chevron than them on my collar. I don't want people to follow me because I have a senior title compared to them. I want people to follow them because they see that what I'm asking them to do or I'm engaging them to do is the best thing for them. That's ultimately about when we take that approach. That's kind of how it happens. And another good book for there, it's a classic. I'm surprised nobody said that. How to Win Friends and Not Alienate People. How to win friends and influence people. How to win friends and influence friends. Who wrote that one? God, it's like from the 30s.
Carnegie.
Yeah, that's like from the 30s, but still so relevant. It's how to be a kind of person that's liked. Teach people how to show interest in other people. This is I'll admit this to a weakness. I am so cerebral at times and so high level in my own head that I miss those small things in conversations that solidify relationships, show deeper levels of care. So that's where we taught people how to be more interested in people. That's a great book that teaches you how to take interest in people. When you take interest in people, they want to follow you. Right. So the next level, production. What kind of books come to mind when you think of individual production, right? Setting those high sights and really going for high numbers.
I have to refer back to one that I mentioned initially. Another element of it is creative followership. He talks about in there, and it's kind of interesting. The author of it was the president of Chick-fil-A, and nobody knows his name, but they see the results of what he did, and his ability to look at production and how to model the behaviors that made production happen, and he did it without being in the limelight.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Any others? This one's a little tougher because there's not a lot of books focused on production, because that's something that is not a common thing that people drive. But I told you, I'm a little different. I think that leaders, if they're still in execution roles, they need to show high level production within the time that they have. It may not be the same. I want to drive this home too, because right, if I'm only spending 2 hours of my day in that executor role compared to a team member spending 10 hours in that role, I'm not expecting myself to perform higher than them, but I better get more out of my 2, or at least as good as their 2. Otherwise, I'm not setting a good example. But Drive for Me is a good book because it teaches us how to find intrinsic motivation to push through difficult times. Grit falls into that line too. All those books that teach us that, you know, we can persevere, we can do better. Those are great examples. And then getting into reproduction, right? Now we're getting more into the one-on-one stuff, more into development of others. What other books come to mind here?
Sorry, Anton, before we move on, just 2 comments. One from Josune, sorry if I mispronounce your name. She wrote earlier, I think holocratic organizational models based in collective knowledge and diverse genialities are the most effective general betterment strategy. And Kimberly now is mentioning a few that are in her mind, but she's not sure which of the top 3 tiers. So the books are The Infinite Game, Sacred Pace, and FOR, F-O-R.
Infinite Game is a good one for production. I actually haven't read it, to be honest with you, but I understand the concept because I've used the concept of infinite goals well before Simon came around, because it's well before Simon. But it's funny because like Simon Sinek comes out with somebody who was like, oh my God, what a monumental concept. I'm like, it's not. It exists well before him. He's just a really good marketer. But anyway, yeah, Infinite Game, right? With production, it's a good one because a lot of times we have finite goals in production. And performance ends up dropping with finite goals. One of my gifts for you guys, I'm going to send you guys, and each one of these, Kevin and V will send you guys a gift as well, either a PDF for some version of that at the end of the conference, will be how to set goals in a way that continues to drive performance. But in order for that to exist, you have to learn what infinite goals are, because what happens with finite goals that have an end, usually when you get close to that end, the performance really drops because the work required to get the last little bit is so much more than the first little bit. And remember, I talked about motivation, that we assess the work needed. If the work needed is lower than the reward received, we're not going to be motivated to do that. But if the work needed is less than the reward received, we're going to be motivated to do that. So that infinite goal, we keep reaching, because there, as long as I put in the work, I can improve. So as an example, is be not looking at get $10,000 in sales. And once again, my sales example, sorry, but be top 1% in the company, right? It's a moving target. Everybody gets better. So this person has to continue to get better to stay in the top 1%. That's a really bad example because it's really just revenue focused, but you can do that with individual goals and individual performance. So yeah, that Infinite Game is a really good one.
So another book I'd like to mention for the 4, and not because it's people development, but more because of what you have done for them. And just 5 minutes. It's a book called Lead Like an Ally from Julie Kratz. And it's more aimed at diversity, but it really shows what you can do for your team, your organization to be more inclusive. Again, it talks about how to recruit and lead and manage things and onboard people, etc., etc. So I think it would be probably a good book that would fit in that category.
Love it, love it. And obviously this book itself, 5 Levels of Leadership, is what I would read for the pinnacle, right? It really teaches us how to get there, but there's many others. For time we're going to keep moving. So mentoring, right? Fostering entrepreneurial spirit. I already mentioned this. You're going to see a lot of the things that I talked about are going to be layered in the future conversation because there's a system that's built. Now we just use that built system to impact different areas, right? So mentoring, peer development, getting into these people are now going to become peer developers of the rest of my team. As I'm teaching them different things, instead of me doing something with 6 people, I do it once with 6 people. And now those 6 people are going to become me with others. And it's just extension of myself because I've done a good job with mentoring them and going through this program. But here's the thing about peer development. Us versus them mindset exists in most organizations. So when you start to put out development or you start to try to teach somebody, sometimes and oftentimes it's going to be received in you're doing this because it benefits you. You're doing this because you want to grow company revenue or whatever. But if a peer comes in and says, hey, let me help you out with something. I'm going to teach you this because it's a strength of mine. It's received so much better. It's received with so much more desire to implement the training and development that happens there. So peer development needs to be part of your system. Whether you implement my leadership development program or not, using peer development somehow, some way is going to help you tremendously because it develops the peers, but it also saves time. One of my focus on human sustainability is on the leader themselves. There's only 40 hours in a week, and I hope that you're not working more than that because then you're not giving a good example to your people. So you have to be very, very good with the time that you have to give to development. So if I can develop future developers, I'm replicating, I'm making myself a lot more available. So get your rock stars engaged. This is where I want to mention 2 things to you guys. And I think this comes from a book. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it comes from the book, not Conversation. I don't know. It's something about being honest. But anyway, so there's 2 types of people. You have your rock stars and you have your superstars. And we're going to go a little bit over on this time, V. Just we'll cut it back on the next one. There's rock stars and there's superstars. Your superstars is what most people tend to focus on. These are your people. And I was a superstar in companies. I'm the kind of person that will do a lot of above and beyond work. Everything's great because my desire is to be in next position yesterday. Like I want that promotion. As soon as I got promoted, I'm already chasing the next one. And I have the skill set and ability to do that. Here's the problem with people like that. They're short-lived. They don't stay in your organization, in your team for an extended period of time because they're moving positions so fast. They're trying to get to that highest level position of leadership. Don't forget about them. They can be utilized in the way that's good for them and for you, like leadership development, stuff like that. But this peer development is really good for your rock stars. So your rock stars are your stellar performers as task executors, right? They may have no desire to move up. They may not want to, get leadership positions, but they are your know the job in and out kind of expert. That it really prides himself in the mastery of their skill. We see this a lot in technical jobs in IT, in construction and those kind of things with hands-on. But there's people like that even in service and education and how to deliver things, how to coach, how to do that. And oftentimes we leave these people alone and we think, well, they're here, they're not going anywhere, but you're not utilizing them in a way that helps them and helps you. Because if you put a person like that into peer development, they are going to practice their mastery. One of the best ways to get your rock stars engaged is and put them in a position where they can shine at the skill that they're good at because they take pride in it. They don't care about advancement. They know that their pay is really not going to be that impacted. So the thing that they have to pride themselves on is their work, is their knowledge and things like that. When you allow them to develop others, you're motivating them. You may pay them. You may not have to, depends on who they are, but make sure you compensate them in the right way if need to be. And at the same time, you're developing the people with the person that's the best at developing the task, instead of taking the superstar that's really good at teaching people, really exciting, really energetic, got good people skills, but they're not as deep of a knowledge in the task. So let the superstar take care of the leadership while your rock stars take care of task development. Hopefully that makes sense. And consistency will create miracles, guys. When you do this proactively, when you start doing this, you may not see in the first few months see massive changes, but I'm telling you, a few months into this or a year into this, you're going to see things happening in your culture, in your organization that you have no explanation for. Just things are working, things are flowing, everything's going. Why? Because you've created so much entrepreneurial spirit that people are taking initiative, solving problems, creating opportunities, improving efficiency, improving optimization without you ever being involved. It's just happening. But if you didn't set it up like that, if you didn't go through all these progressions properly, you're not going to get there. So the last piece here is using these things. We will be able to overcome, if we build it, they will come mentality, because the training was built by them. They built the training. They chose the books because the training that they're doing is something that they're proud of. It's something that they're very skillful with. We're driving that intrinsic motivation. We're really helping people to be motivated intrinsically, because if then rewards don't work. And I will not spend too much time on this because it's a whole hour presentation, but oftentimes when you dangle a carrot in front of a person and try to get them to do something, it will take a bigger carrot to create the same impact down the road. It's just how people work. And eventually you can't increase the carrot, so the performance will drop. But with intrinsic motivation, as you can kind of see on the board, the difference, that will not occur. They will continue to be motivated because the purpose comes from inside, not externally. So as an example, what's the difference, right? Positive, negative motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic. We want to be positively, intrinsically motivating our employees to ensure that they want to do the development to overcome the if we build it, they will come mindset. So I just really want to write this report because it appeases my desire for autonomy, mastery, purpose, whichever one it may be. What is kind of better, I mean, than the other two is I write this report because you get a bonus, right? You gave me a bonus and I'm doing it still positive. Worse than that, I really don't want to write this report because they feel bad, that it's nothing intrinsically motivating them. And what's even worse than that is now they're not going to write this report, or you're going to write this report, or you're going to be fired. So now there is fear. Now there is all sorts of stress. That last thing is so common, but that is the most unsustainable thing you can do to human beings. Putting fear into their minds while you thinking you're motivating them, all you're doing is just making them look for another place, disengaging them, and causing all sorts of problems. So that's it. That's all I got. But let me see if there's any questions. You guys can fire off some questions if you got any. Nope. Cool.
You must be getting everybody well educated here, Anton.
Or it's just me and I'm just dumping a whole lot of stuff on them and they're like, oh my God, here it comes. All right, let's take that break and then we'll get back in 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you.
And we're back. Let's get this thing going again. Ah, good God, I always do this. Click from beginning instead of from current slide every time. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. So the next piece is casting a united vision, and it's not that this piece is at the end. I left it at the end because it's the most important piece. It's the piece that if you forget everything else we cover in the first two presentations of the development portion, that if you at least get this right, you're gonna be in a good place. So communication is key. That's the first thing we're going to talk about when casting United Vision. Career role development plan. We'll discuss, what to do there. Career development strategy, what that looks like. And starting out first is setting the personal vision and values. And we talked about this already earlier. Some people may not have this already created. And probably more people in the world don't have a vision than have a vision. And a lot of times I've seen leaders just kind of give up on those people, or at least not to take the approach of using the vision to motivate them, to inspire them, to get them to perform better. But it just means that you have to spend the time to build it. You have to spend the time, once again, getting to know this person, understanding who they are, and helping them to guide them to that. If they never had a vision, like V said, help them to accomplish a small thing. Help them to reach a small little destination and improve to themselves that they actually created a plan, created a goal, and with some time and consistency, they got there. And that opens up their perspective, right? Not everybody's going to come into your office and go, let's talk about vision and be like me. And I'm going to give you my 5-year, 1-year plan, 10-year plan. I'm going to tell you my retirement plan. I have all those. Are they set in stone? Absolutely not. But, as Kevin would say, they're my North Star that keeps guiding me forward. So if your people don't have it built out that way, find him a small little light in the distance, it's a near distance, have him reach that, and then help them to build on top of it. Right. I chose this picture as two gears working together. The reason you need an employee vision is so that way you align it with company vision. And when they see one gear is spinning, it's also helping the other. Everything with development will always come back with what's in it for them factor. And if you haven't established their vision, haven't told you their vision, you're going to have a hard time getting that what's in it for them factor to work for you. And then creating a life plan. So this is an exercise that I do with anybody I pretty much interact with in a development standpoint, whether it be coaching one-on-one, whether I'm consulting, whether I'm, working as a leader and developing them. I always want them to create a life plan. And I'm going to run you guys through a little bit of an exercise right now. Just explain it. We won't actually do it, but of how to do that. So what I usually tell people to do is I tell people to brainstorm. And I'll teach them this, and then I actually want them to do it. And honestly, I'll give them a day off. And that's the crazy part. Would you be willing to give your employee a day off, a paid day off, to go explore in nature for 8 hours to determine their life plan? Think about that right now. Do you believe in this stuff enough to give them a paid day to go spend a day in the nature figuring out their life plan? I do. Because the reward that comes out of it is so much higher than the money that I spent on that, 8 hours of their paid work. Excuse me, the care factor that I exhibit from that. You can win team members with one little play like that. I'm telling you, try it. If you have some team members you're struggling with, pull them into one-on-one, have a life plan conversation, go over what we're about to cover with them, and give them a paid day off to go do that. See what happens to that relationship in a matter of days, not weeks, not months, days. They're going to coming asking to you for the next thing that helped because this thing helped them so much. So with the life plan, we want to establish a brainstorming session. So during this day, what they're going to go do is they're going to brainstorm who they are and what all the different components of who they are matters to them. Right. So I've done this in the past, and some things that I am, right. I'm a father. I am a fun person. I'm a person that wants to have fun. I'm a learner. I'm a person that wants to be exposed to education and information. I'm a driver, right? I'm a passionate individual that has purpose. I'm trying to accomplish my purpose of creating human sustainability. I'm a husband. There's a bunch of different things, right? But what we do as people, we forget that that's all we are. We're not our job. We're not one thing. We're not our relationships. We're not our marriage. We're not our car. We're not our house. We are a combination of all of those things. But when people don't have a life plan, what they end up doing is they over-index on one and forget the others. And their life is always just so up and down, up and down. And what that does, they bring it to work. They bring it with them in their back pocket to work every single time, and you don't think about it. And this is the area where I'm going to say leaders have to start crossing the threshold of work life, right? Where leaders in the past kind of lived in the work category. Your life problems were your life problems, your work problems, I'm here for me to help you with. Not the same anymore. People, we've mentioned this many times, there's no such thing as two different things as work and life. It's just one thing. So if they're having problems in life and you are able to help them, whether it be directly or it's simply pulling them aside and having your, many companies have the therapy programs where you can call in for free and they'll give you a few sessions for free. Maybe it's just ability to do that. But the point is you need to teach them how to build that life plan. So they go and they identify all of these areas that they're passionate about, that they are. And then they identify where do they want to be within each one of those areas. What does success look like for you as a parent? What does success look like for you as a partner? What does success look for you as a human being that enjoys having fun? What does success look for you as a learner, right? And have them define all those things. So that way, anytime they come back in your office and you're trying to motivate them, that life plan should be as well known to them as it is to you. You can pull it up and see, all right, they're struggling in certain areas. What areas besides their job is the thing that we're developing and going to help them in, right? Remember that dopamine thing that I talked about. When the value that you show me and the work you want me to do is smaller than the work that you have me do, I'm not motivated to do that. But now if you connected that value to all other areas of my life, my motivation to do that job skyrockets. My motivation to do that training skyrockets. My motivation to learn new things skyrockets. So then they identify those things that define what is that thing look like. That's the logical component. That's the quantifiable, kind of more measurable, whether objective or subjectively, right? So that's what we're established there. And then the other thing is, how do they want to feel about it? Because not everybody responds to logic. I am a very logical person, but other people don't receive it the same way. So what I do with their life plan is I have them find a quote. And I say, find a quote that represents this area of your life and what you want it to be. Because some people will remember the metrics that they're trying to drive through, having a house by this age or whatever. But some people may remember the quote and the way that it makes them feel that motivates them. So just like learning design and just like learning the theory, tailor it to different styles of learning, different styles of motivation, and different types of people when you do that, and you'll be successful. So finding life plan and current role alignment, right? I already kind of mentioned that, is seeing what kind of things in your current job can that help, right? So as an example, it can get really crazy. Working on your customer service seems like a horrible thing, right? I am going to have to sit and listen to people yell at me all the time. But what if I start talking about relationships and I start talking to you about how by you managing customer service better and learning how to solve that conflict, it's also going to trickle over into your relationship with your wife. It's also going to make you more patient with your kids. Do you see how that starts to shift the value of what we're trying to teach them? And the biggest thing that I'm trying to break through is this, if we build it, they will come mindset. Just because the training exists doesn't mean that the training will be approached with enough motivation and desire to learn to create the desired impact within the team member. Right? So what's in it for them factor has to be present. All right. So now we're getting into some more practical application. You guys, like I said, I want you guys to have some specific tools. And this is stuff that I've done. Is anybody here besides me familiar with 9-box assessment, this top one? Or just the term 9-box assessment?
Anton, that was a new one to me that when you shared it before, and haven't learned it. So I'm definitely watching.
Interesting. But yeah, that's something that I've had in my repertoire for years and years and years. 9-box a team member will never see. 9 boxes designed for you to understand where they are with an individual skill or they are overall. So there's nine boxes on there, and it's on the level of the left, the y-axis is their potential, and the x-axis is their performance. So we want team members, obviously your superstars. Your superstars are going to be consistent star up here in the top right, because they have high potential, they're performing at that high level of potential, and that's what's going on, right? But remember, they're not going to stick around forever. You don't want everybody to always be there. They're great, they're amazing, but they're not going to be there for a very long time. Your high professional, so kind of the bottom right, those are your rock stars. So their performance is high, but their desire to like move up and take on new responsibilities and take on the stress of management, they just don't have it, right? So they're still a high performer, but they're about where you're getting as much of them as you're going to get, right? They're maxed out in what they're going to deliver for the company. They're still amazing. They're still really, really good. And oftentimes those people get left behind because they're not the management people. But you got to remember, that's the backbone. Those are the folks that keep your organization and your culture going, because they're the ones that are teaching new hires the mistakes right away because they're stupid. Don't do that. Literally what will come out of their mouth. Hey, stupid, don't do that. They're the kind of straight shooters. And the people that are bottom left corner, that's your talent at risk. And this is where the conversation comes in. And human sustainability has a hard side to it as well. It means that if a person is in a place where they cannot be successful because their performance is low and their potential within that specific thing is low, get them out of that thing. You're either going to need to move them out of your company if there's no other role for them and they ended up being a bad hire, or as V said in the past, move them into a different role that they can avoid this task. But I see too many times people sit there forever and then they just get kicked out or they leave the company. This needs to be addressed really fast. So your people that are really need a lot of development are going to be your you're kind of in the middle here, solid professionals, right? They have their the key player and future star. Key player and future star are where you're going to invest the most, because they have the potential to shift into either high professional category or into that consistent star. But it doesn't mean that you forget the others. So what this looks like practically is every one of my 43 team members is, from an overall, has a place on here. And I'm always creating plans on how to move them in this scale in one way or another, right? So it's a really high level view. But the same way can go into a greater detail where we start to break down their individual skills. Right. So Kev talked a lot about this in the beginning, where he talked about, task description versus job description. And we understand what are the different tasks that these people do. And we can 9-box each task of theirs, not just them overall. And we can get even better with it, because then we can understand, okay, this task is a bottom left. We got to get them out of that task because another person is actually a top right with that task. So that's where this synergistic strength alignment starts to really kick in, and we start to be able to get better with it.
And on the potential axis, is that driven at least a large part by time? In other words, how long they're going to be around?
No, that is their potential. So that's, once again, know your people and understand where are they at. Potential is also their desire. Okay. It's kind of it's not like a definitive KPI. It's an overall feeling, right? That we're looking at character, we're looking at capabilities and desire to move up. All of those three things have to be there, because if a person has high desire to move up, high performance and their capabilities are high, but they're horrible character, they're high performance, low potential, because they're performing at a high level, but their character's so bad that they're not going to move up into those leadership categories and inspire others to do that. But it doesn't mean that they're bad. We may need to isolate them to a place where some of those things are not showing up as much, but they can still be a good performer.
Would you, on potential is the potential axis, the high part of that, is that leadership roles automatically?
No, because part of it is leadership roles. It's part of it. Okay. Leadership without a title. So it's mentoring roles, right? It's people that are willing to step in and lead, whether with a title or lead because of purpose. And they're just that kind of person.
They're unofficial leaders.
Yeah. Because the reality, when you look at a potential, if it's just me impacting me and my performance, It's always going to be a lower potential if I can teach others to do that as well, right? The potential of that individual and the impact that they have on the company significantly grows when they're a replicator and a developer. Make sense? And like I said, it's not a very black and white statement. You're looking at a bunch of different things when assessing potential, and it's just how you feel about it overall. It's a little bit of intuitive there. So current role development plan, right? This is where it's not so much about that. Maybe I identified some things there, but now I need to take what I know and I need to lead my team member to knowing that and making them feel like they arrived at that decision themselves. That's the trick of good management and good leadership, is that you don't just say, here's where you're bad at, I need to fix it. You explore it, you brainstorm, you find solutions, and you allow them to arrive at the solution, the route to correct the problem and identify that it exists. So this skill development circle, it's kind of 3 circles in here, as you can see. Your green circle means that they are where they need to be. Their orange circle means that they're kind of in between, and the red circle is, okay, red flag, we really need development in this area. So each one of these little half lines can be a skill. So you sit down and you go, okay, what are all the different tasks or skills that this person has for their job? And you may end up with more than that's on the screen. You may end up with less. I'm just using it as an example. And then together you sit down and you have them assess themselves, and you have them score where it is and where they think, they want to be, and what are some of those gaps. You'd be surprised if you know how to ask questions correctly and how to coach people through this conversation. They're probably going to give you most of the answers you would give to them, but their ownership of that is going to be significantly higher than if you told them what it is. So you'll hear me say this all the time, right? A 50% perfect plan with 100% ownership and execution is always going to be better than a 100% perfect plan with 50% ownership and execution. Math is the same, but that's not what synergy does, and other things, components come in, right? Because when we create synergy with skills and tasks and things like that, 1 + 1 does not equal 2, 1 + 1 = 3. And for that reason, you have to let them get there. So some of those skills we talked about, right? Analytics, you say you rate them on a red, and they go, okay, so I'm here. And if they're really far off between your rating and theirs, you need to spend some time closing the gap, creating awareness for them. Because if they're rating themselves higher than you are rating them, they may not know the expectations. You may not have done a good job of laying out expectations as a leader, what is expected from them. If they don't know, they're shooting in the dark and going, I think I'm doing good. And then you're seeing them in the red where they're seeing themselves in the green. So spend some time educating about that, creating awareness, and then ask them that question again. And you may see that they get closer to your numbers simply by spending time. You got to be patient here. I see too many leaders get frustrated and they're just jumping to solutions. They're jumping to corrective actions instead of letting the team members swim a little bit in uncertainty of figuring out exactly what I need to address, how I need to address it, and when do I need to address it by. So that's current role development. You kind of place these skills on here and you walk them through it and let them develop the plan. It is so important to do that, because you help to foster mastery that way. If you constantly have me be dependent on you as a leader to solve my problems, that entrepreneurial spirit that we've talked about in the past is not going to be there. The desire to take initiative and not have the fear of making mistakes will not be there, because they're dependent on you to do everything. Why do I know this? Because I've done it the wrong way for many years. I've done it to where, why is it that when I leave the building, the performance of the team is so much less than when I'm here, right? And some bad leaders would say, oh, must be a great leader. My presence makes all the difference. No, it's because I was micromanaging everything. I was providing an answer for everything. Without trying to micromanage, I made my people dependent on me because I gave them the answer to every problem that they faced. So when I was around, they felt confident to come with me with issues, get a solution, and go execute it. But when I wasn't, I didn't do a good job of teaching them, hey, just try to solve it, see where it goes, and let's find a solution from that. And then we pivot if we have to. And I'm telling you guys, that is the behavior you want on your team. If you have to choose, because everything's balanced, but if you have to choose somebody that asks for permission, I would choose somebody that asks for forgiveness, right? They act and they're willing to screw up and ask for forgiveness instead of waiting to act and something really bad happening because they didn't act at all. And then connecting it to purpose, right? And this is where a lot of this stuff comes in. If you've done the life plan, if you've executed that correctly, if you've built some leadership things, if you understood if they're a superstar or a rock star, Now you're going to bring in their life plan and connect the skills that they're having to develop at their job into their life plan. It could be something as simple as, hey, until you get these soft skills down, you're not going to be able to make the income that you need to afford the house that you want. Just a simple connection, and somebody that thinks that way may see it that way. Somebody that's more maybe emotionally driven, you come to them and say, until you get these skills, you can't get to management position that gives you the freedom of schedule that allows you more time with your family. And we know that's not how it works in management necessarily, but it should work that way. But if that's their motivator, if that's what their life plan is about, use the what's in it for them factor in their life plan to motivate them to do the things that they're trying to do in their current development plan. And then let them drive, right? Letting them drive is so key. It is so important. It's better that they go on their own, make mistake, than you protect them from making mistakes all the time. And this is what guys, I'm telling you, because I've done it wrong. I have no problem sharing it. I care too much sometimes. And because of that, I tend to protect my people. I tend to baby my people. And my boss would call me out on it in the past, my mentor, and he said, Anton, you're babying them. You need to let them fail. You need to let them struggle a little bit, because, look at how kids swim. If you always baby your kid, they'll never learn how to swim. At some point, you just got to let them go. They may get some water, but they're going to learn to kick. They're going to learn to swim. So let them drive, let them make mistakes, but let them control the development plan. So how they find the route, right? Practical application. We want to go from point A of their current performance to point B of their future performance. Most people will say, what does the route look like? Bam. I'm the manager. I know exactly how to do this. I've been there. I know what's wrong. I know what's right. I know all the things you could possibly do. This is exactly what you're going to do. It's not the best route, guys. Even though it is the right answer, that goes back to that 50-100% thing. You got to let them drive. So what has to happen is coaching has to occur. If you are not a good coach as a manager, as a leader, you need to become. It's a necessity. It's not an option anymore. Because I don't even say, you can't even outsource this. Like, it is so important to let people own their development and own their solutions, that if you don't know how to coach, you will not make that happen. So what coaching does is it does this. We start at point A, but instead of the straight line, we get into the clouds. We get high into the creative space. This is where a leader, a manager, helps the employee to really explore their options, explore all the different things that they may need to do. They may need to add additional development, additional education, not all the details, but some additional education before coming back in and converging on a solution. Right? So we diverge, we open up to explore ideas and brainstorm, and then allow them. That's the key piece. They have to converge in the solution. You don't go, okay, we explored everything. Now this is what you're going to do. No. Hey, Johnny Bravo, we explored everything. Which of these potential, solutions do you feel is the most important for you? Which one do you feel you're going to be the most successful with? Great. I choose option A. All right. Within that option A, you're walking them through everything, right? How are you going to make that specific, measurable, realistic, attractive, and timely? So you're getting those specifics from them, but they're driving. All you're doing is just asking question after question, and then getting them to that point B. So if you want to be an effective leader and you want to be humanly sustainable as a leader, you cannot avoid coaching. Coaching has to be it, because otherwise you're going to be me, where everybody, when you're gone, job sucks. When you're there, we're performing well. If the job depends on you, you're not doing a good job as a leader. This whole replication thing we're talking about is just not happening. So casting united vision, career development strategy, it's just the same thing that we kind of talked about with personal development. Connect their career to their personal plan. Most of the time, people just think desire to move up is a motivator in itself. It's not, guys. It's not. I'm telling you, I came to a market where out of 150 team members, not a single person wanted to raise their hand to be a leader, because they didn't see how that job, that role allowed their personal life to be better. What they saw is that job was so stressful, so horrible, that my life is going to suck if I'm in it, so I don't want it. But if you start to build their career plan and start to show them all the different steps in the way and how that's going to impact their life, it's going to be much better. Connecting the vision in the career, connecting the vision in their task, connecting the vision in their role. Everything's going to boil down to their personal vision because of WIFM. What's in it for them? So in summary, guys, don't just love them and leave them, right? This whole concept of we don't develop because we can't retain them long enough.
for the development to actually take action and become important, that's a horrible mindset. Get away from that because of the trickle down effect. Even if your tenure is less than the development will take, chances are the development will extend your tenure and trickle down into many other things. Foster entrepreneurial spirit. That should be one of the biggest things that you do with your people in development is how do I develop them in a way that A, makes them want to develop themselves, and B, causes them to take initiative, right? Initiative is just so hard to build these days in organizations, becoming harder and harder because people just don't care as much because we don't care as much about the people. And then cast a united vision. Hopefully in that presentation, you saw how having a personal vision is so vital to motivation and success of all development that we do within organization. And even better, aligning that vision with company vision. You're never going to get direct alignment. I mean, that's a unicorn of an employee if you found somebody that your company vision mimics their personal vision. But there's portions. And the better you can outline those portions of how they're aligning, the more stickier, engaged employee you're going to get. That's it, guys. So now just to finish it up, we're going to do a little bit of Q&A here at the end before I get to that slide, but we can just pop off the slide share or whatever. Stop. Where's the stop button? I don't know why I can't do it in full screen. It never shows up.
Down at the bottom, you have to move your cursor to get it to come up.
I have the same as Anton. Sometimes it doesn't show.
Yeah, it just doesn't want to pop up. Any comments, any questions, guys? I know I just unloaded a lot on you and that was heavy, was dense. But I wanted you guys to see kind of the big picture and give you something practical, right? You literally could go today, have a meeting, get your people interested in leadership development, and then start that program using John Maxwell's book and picking that instantly applicable. Is it going to be perfect? No. You're going to polish it. You're going to make it your own. You're going to adjust it. But at least you have something to start doing. And I'm telling you, you're going to see results like you never imagined. Many companies do staff retreats, but then overschedule that retreat. Yeah, because what are they focused on? They're focused on the delivery of some information, delivery of some training versus the state of mind that those people are in when they're receiving that information, as well as the state of mind that those people are in when they're together, right? If people, all we worry about, that's the thing about you'll call it the human operating system. Consider the human operating system, the way that people are in the moment of whatever you're doing with them. We have to start doing that. We have to start considering. And if people are enjoying their time, they're going to be much better learners. They're going to be much more likely to take on your deep information and listen. But if they're miserable, they're just thinking about when is this going to be over? Such a good point.
Yeah, Anton, when you were talking about giving a day away, a paid day off work to develop a life plan or a vision, to me, I would go a step further. I would pay for this retreat, and part of the retreat for the whole team is a day to themselves to do whatever they will best do to be able to think through that and begin to develop. So not only give them the day off, but give them a nice place to
go a step deeper, because then you can help some of the people that are more advanced get further versus some people that are less advanced start like that. And that's so true. And there's so many other, once again, trickle down effects that are going to come from that. Your camaraderie, your other things, but you can also do it in a way, pick a retreat that exemplifies the way that you want your people to be. If you want them to deliver a certain level of customer service, take them and show them that. Because that day, that week, whatever, that weekend is going to be so ingrained in their head that you want to make sure that that customer service is right there with it so they can constantly reference it and come back and be motivated to do that. Great point, brother.
Well, and one of the other things is, as part of human sustainability, it's leadership based on influence, not authority. And it means that we are modeling something all the time. Question is what? And something that we have to consider as leaders all the time is, what are we modeling, and is it what will build human sustainability in our teams and our organizations?
My presentation, I want to touch on Jasun's comment. She said, from my view, to figure out the kind of situation that could really tend into consistent sustainability, we need to think about prosumers rather than employees and customers. We're still far away from that, but maybe not near enough to start to try such approach to human participation of the marketplace. So prosumers are people that are users of the product, but they're also kind of like creators of the product, right? If I assume that correctly, Jasun. So look at what we did here, and I'm mentioning this because it's
if you think, sorry, Anton, for me, prosumer means that if we consider each marketplace as a kind of ecosystem, okay, in the end, the ones you will have consuming are the ones that you have producing, because they are the ones who have the money.
Mhm.
So in the end, there's no difference. I am a producer at my company to become a consumer of everyone else. And everyone else will be working somewhere else to be a consumer of the market.
Mhm.
So in the end, if we want the market to be sustainable, we cannot expect to put constantly, let's say, more pressure on the employees and maybe decrease the power of consume they have, because we low their incomes, and then at the same time we are asking them to make a bigger or a higher profit, which is impossible, because you are like kind of hanging up the market if you are restricting the capacity of consume of the producers.
Well, you're talking about balance. Our favorite word is it's got to be balanced, and consumption and production has to be balanced and sustainable. And when I talk about development, look, the whole thing is built with concept of human sustainability. I'm using 1 hour of my time as a leader to put out this meeting. But what am I doing with that 1 hour of my time? I'm creating many, many hours of development for my team through developing other people, right? And that to me speaks to human sustainability. Human sustainability is not just for employees, it's for managers. It's about efficiency too. In order for something to be sustainable, you have to have efficiencies present. If there's inefficiencies, we're leaking resources and it's not sustainable. So whenever you're building your schedules, whenever you're creating your plans, how can you build something once and it continues to feed other areas, right? And that's this whole plan we just went over. That's the whole point. As you notice, at every stage, even early on, these people started to do things that I was helping them with. But at the same time, they were consumers because they are using leadership. They're learning themselves. It's a practice for them to execute, while they're producers of knowledge and development for those in their downline, or those are not ready there yet. So I love that point of balance.
Another point for me, at least from my point of view, and according to what I see is happening here in my country, I don't know if that's the general rule, but what I do not see, or I'd rather see, it's durability in terms of progression. Like most of the actions are creating to make an impact and measure the impact, but how long does that impact in the end last? And how much are you creating a new tendency to compensate maybe an old one that you wanted to change? So for me, it's not about creating actions, but more about identifying wrong or bad tendencies, and then see how you can integrate or generate compensative new tendencies that will take those ones in regression.
Mhm.
So it's like if you have a water of water that is dirty, it's dirty water, and you want to purify it. Either you throw the water away and you replace that water for another water, but that's a good solution. But in the middle, you have lost the water, so you were not transforming anything. You were simply replacing the one thing for another one. But if you want that water to become a clear water, the only one you can do it is to put constantly pure water into the glass in a way that the dirty water is going out, because it doesn't fit anymore. So it's, for me now, the key or the main key I am focusing at It is the Japanese concept of kaizen, which means dynamic, constant betterment. So that then you create a strategy that is not like a program, but more like let's say an initiative instead of a program. And then when the initiative is ongoing, then you start to measure how good is that initiative maybe compensating the tendency you wanted to change. And then it creates a different way of working, of course, because it's not the regular way we were working. But from my vision, the regular way we were working, it's giving us a very low result in the end. And we are maybe trying very nice things, but not getting into very nice results in reality.
Well, not
So
sustainable results, yeah.
so
And
then my goal is to think, okay, let's change the way we're doing it. Because if reality is showing you that you're not reaching the expected result.
Oh,
Our video froze.
froze.
Oh,
Oh, lost her.
Because
Yeah, so I kind of understand what you're saying. What you're saying, just soon. It's all sustainability. There's sustainability. If you notice, there's the way that Kevin talked about it, the way that V talked about it, the way that I talked about it. It's always going to be a little bit different, right? You see it a little bit a certain way. We all see it in a certain way. But the point is, we all need to focus. You know, when I'm listening to you talk, I think an analogy is how my brain works. I'm looking at a fire, right? And I'm looking at a fire, and you're as a leader, you're building a fire. Some leaders will take really poor wood, really poor dry wood that creates a big spectacle. You got this big, massive bonfire in the beginning, but it burns through very, very fast. That's not a sustainable way of building a fire. You want to build something that ignites it in the beginning, something that sustains it in the middle, and something that sustains it long term. And that's where diversity and inclusion comes in, right? It's where leadership and skill alignment comes in. All these things tie in because we want that fire not just to burn bright and hot. We want it to burn bright and hot for a sustained period of time. And if we have to give up some bright and hot in the beginning to create sustainability, we're willing to do that.
well, and part of what we're talking about, our kind of our tagline or favorite phrase, manage things, lead people. Part of the challenge is that we have a business mindset that everything's measured by metrics. And they've got to be done on some level, but not everything that needs to happen has a metric or a way to quantify it. And so part of this shift is going from or getting the balance of science, which there's a lot of science and a lot of it gets ignored by the business world in terms of human behaviors and things, but helping develop the art of leadership, because the art of leadership is such a critical piece because there is no way to measure someone's excitement, someone's engagement, those kinds of things effectively. So part of what we talk about is developing the art of leadership, the art of human sustainability. And that is something that there's no quick, easy one way to do that. It's something that takes time. It takes ongoing development. And one of the things I think that we've gotten caught up in our metric driven world is that, okay, if you attain this, now you're a leader. Okay? I've been a leader for a lot of years. I've trained leadership for a lot of years. I'm not a finished leader. And anyone that thinks that, okay, well, if I get to this point, I'm a finished leader, I question whether they're a leader at all, because it is an ongoing process that each of us are in and on, and we're at different places in that progression. And the key is to figure out how to bring together those people at the different levels of progression in an effective way to ultimately move towards the vision that we share.
I love your focus on not a finished leader. You know, like when I was talking about the 5 levels, I was like, nobody's 5 level. If you think of level 5, you're not, because you can't be. But it reminds me, I don't know if anybody heard of Matthew McConaughey's speech at the Oscars, and he talked about his hero is him 10 years from now, because it's something that he can achieve, but it's something he can never attain because it's always 10 years from now. So it's something that is within him, but he's never going to be comfortable resting on it because it's always 10 years away.
Well, and part of what, we talk about vision, and I see a train on this, and there's a lot of confusion around vision. A lot of people set big, big goals and say that's a vision. It's not. A vision is something theoretically that can be attained, but practically, if it's a good vision, you'll never attain it. 2 reasons. One, you don't live long enough. Second reason is you don't have enough people to accomplish it at any one given time. So
Attainable vision is just a mission.
Say again?
An attainable vision is just a mission.
Right, or a good goal. It might be a BHAG, a big, hairy, attainable goal, but vision has to be so big that it's bigger than really all of the people involved at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Now, guys, it's about time we wrap up. I just want to let you know what we'll do is it'll take me probably a couple days to do this because they're huge files, but I'll chop them up into some videos. So if you missed the first day or the second day, you guys can go back and reference them and watch them. These guys are going to send me some gifts for you guys. V is going to send you 20 tips on time management and just things that she recommends. So you guys can read through that PDF and learn some new things. Kev, what are you going to send?
I'm going to send something on vision, mission, and planning.
Cool. And I'll send you guys a goal setting process that focus on behaviors before outcomes, ties in purpose and infinite goals into it. So you'll get that. If you're not registered, make sure that you go and register into the www.prospectiveforce.com/human SOS, because I won't have your email to be able to reach you. And I have an ask. My voice is going. I have an ask. My ask is that you guys become evangelical about this mission, about human SOS, about spreading this message. As you can see by turnout, we're not great marketers. I will say we fall on the side of horrible marketers because we will under promise and over deliver every time. And that's just not a good thing for marketing. So that's why we need people that have witnessed this and seen the message to go, you know what, these guys have some good stuff to say. Let me spread the message, because it's not about us. It's about us coming together and changing the way that people experience, or the human experience in the workplace.
If I may interrupt, I would also like everybody who is still on the call to fill in this short survey. I'm sending you the link. We're also going to send it by mail. If you can give us your feedback to help us improve for the next time, so that would be great. And it shouldn't take more than 3 minutes. So if you could do that, that would be great. And I want to thank everyone who has attended today, and a big shout out to Kimberly and Jeremy, because they followed us for these full 3 days. So thank you all, and thank you, Kimberly and Jeremy, for.
And they actually participated, right? So they could have just turned off their screens and pretended it, but they engaged and they participated the whole time.
I think Jimmy's got a comment he would like to share.
Yeah, I just have to share. I'm from Dubai. I'm in the Middle East. So thank you for having this opportunity. I just want to share something. I've attended lots of webinars on human practices, human resources, everything. They all talk about people analytics, HR metrics, but the human element you guys have discussed, and that's really touched me. And I'm a HR consultant who loves empowering people, coaching them, So thank you so much for making us believe in human resources again, bringing the human factor. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it.
Right, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. And as we can get this ball rolling, it's going to take everyone with a shared vision to make it happen. And
I also want to say thank you very much for the many shares we had, for the many inspirations and the many informations. and at all for the initiative of exchanging, which is a very lovely initiative and a very needed initiative in this moment. And especially I want to tell to Anton something. The first time, I think not maybe the first time, but probably one of the first times I was aware of your presence on LinkedIn was because you were pursuing a campaign to encourage candor as a tool.
Radical Candor. That was the book I couldn't remember last time. Thank you. Radical
Yes.
Candor.
I really love that campaign. I think it's very necessary at this moment to relate to such things like candor and candor, going to the roots, going to the spirit of the people, and I think we need to recall that kind of words that are maybe not so useful in the regular business language, but are very useful for the human results.
Some uncomfortable words, but they're very needed words. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to make an ask, two asks actually. Anton mentioned it, I believe, and it is, if you really feel like this is value, please share with others about Prospective Force and about what we're doing. I mean, we have even discussed the possibility of offering this again. And I am confident that, especially if there was a group that said, hey, we want to attend this, and we knew ahead of time, we would figure out a way to make it happen. And then the second ask is to, if you know organizations that can use what we're talking about, part of what we want to do is to come in as a team to an organization and be able to help them build out the concept of human SOS. And that may be a short half-day time of something. It may be months and months, but our desire is to work with companies. And I'll get even more personal. We were talking offline. We know that there are a lot of contacts that we have. Jimmy, you mentioned the UA, but India. We would love the opportunity if there's an organization, a company, and even an association that would want to sponsor us to come over. We would love the opportunity to come and deliver what we have delivered here and more if desired and needed. So again, if you know people, please share. We can be reached on LinkedIn. And then if we have more people that want to see this summit again, let's plan it again and make it happen again. We're ready to go.
Great.
All right, guys. Thank you all so much for being there.
Really appreciate it.
Yes.
Take care. Stay in touch.
Catch us on Tuesdays. We're always on Tuesdays.
We're on every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Mountain,
5 p.m. CT.
5 p.m. Central European, and then 8:30 Indian Standard Time.
Yeah. We're going to have some challenge in a few weeks because we're going to move to winter time here in Europe. I don't know if it's the same with you guys.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
We're shifting soon too.
Yeah.
But and that's on LinkedIn. Just go to either mine or Anton's profile, look for the live broadcast.
Kevin V, stay on for a sec. Just stay on for a
Yes.
sec.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bye,
everybody.
guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let's see here. What we got left? Give me a sec. I'm just clearing
Okay,
out.
before we close out, I just realized I hadn't done today. I want to capture, like I did yesterday, I want to capture the comments.
But it's okay when we record the video, Kevin, we get the chat.
Oh, that's right. I forget that. It's about, yeah, good call. What'd you guys think overall? What are you guys' thoughts?
Woohoo, we made it. Well done.
We're still alive.
It's still alive.
I didn't like the engagement on my portion of presentation, but that's something that I always think about. I think so different from normal people that I think that I just don't connect well. Is it my perception, or did you guys feel that too?
No, I don't know that's the case. I think what your topic is, there's a lot more concepts. Now, what you might want to do purely from a learning standpoint is thin it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Just keep it at a higher level, so that most people in a given block of time will only get about 3 major concepts. And if you dig too deeply into them too quickly, they drown.
And that's my general problem, like, because my mind works that way. Like, I want
Sure.
the whole shebang right away so I could
Right.
absorb it, and my mind works very fast. So no, and you're right. And I actually said it myself then. So just help me in that area, guys. Like,
Okay.
it's not just in this, it's always going to be the case. There's always going to be way more content than there probably should be, because that's just how I am as a person.
Well, part of it, Anton, is maybe I can work with you. I always plan more content than I can deliver, because I can always measure as I go and back off, keep it at a higher level.
And that's usually how I am. The problem is then I try to fit it all in.
Well, and that's a skill set that you have to develop with time. And so
it's not so much about skill, it's more about help me to think the right way.
Well,
With
and
me,
that's
it's pretty simple. If you teach me to think the right way, and then I'll ship pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I agree with Kevin. It was great. I liked actually the exercise with the book. It really makes you think. So
Yeah.
I think it was really great example. But I agree with Kevin. It was maybe a bit too much content in such a short period of time. So that's why
Yeah.
probably you didn't get so much. And you were speaking fast as well. I'm used to you. And there were not many non-native speaker, but it can feel overwhelming because you're giving lots and lots of information.
And feel free to just message me if you're seeing that, like in the future, just text me, like, just know this about me. I'm fine within the moment. Like, if you tell me something in the moment, I'll see and I'll pivot with whatever's going on to the best of my ability. So always feel comfortable telling me, like, Canton, slow down, you're losing people.
See, there is one advantage to being a slow Southern speaking person. It slows us down by nature.
Yeah.
I know I speak also fast as well. That's my problem. So I know that.
And with me, it's not nervousness. It's just like how I am. I'm always like just blah. Yeah. But I could be that way with my kids or with, person I just met on the street. But no, guys, good job. Just thank you for your time. Thank you for putting this together. It really got me fired up for, just our future. I'm not gonna lie that my motivation and my energy with our vision was kind of weaning, and it wasn't as strong as it should be. But after this event, like I feel fully recharged and ready to tackle this human SOS thing.
Right.
Well, from a marketing standpoint, I learned a lesson. I really was surprised, and it was last minute, and we talked about it before, setting up the event. At least with LinkedIn, it's an easy way to get it exposure, and the response surprised me. And I think had I started that sooner, we could have had a more effective response.
And I was thinking, and only today, again, don't ask me why I thought about it today as well, but at least for me, I thought we could have also promoted it more on our own Facebook. I personally forgot to post it on Facebook. And I haven't seen your post or Kevin's on Facebook, so that may be one area as well we could have improved there. And another part as well, in LinkedIn, there is a group called HR. We could also have put it maybe, oh no, that's the hashtag, sorry. But there are groups, HR groups, where we could also have posted this event as well.
But it's all learning experience, right? We executed a great event. I think that the quality of it was there, as people kept, more people kept coming. You mentioned the important thing before the event, is we need to get emails. So instead of just creating awareness around the conference, say if I did this again, how I would do it is I would chop it up into, like we kind of going to use it, is chop it up into quarters and to create some awareness education around hiring, recruiting, right? And create lead magnets for that. a year out, right? Start collecting emails on that subject, move on to the next subject, start collecting emails, and then use those emails finally to bring all these people in once we build trust. So I think we've learned our mistakes, our systems, and what we got to do different. So now we'll create a training out of this, whether it be, you know, just as simple as just having videos available, or we try to make a course out of it. We can talk about that next week, but then we'll just keep sending people to it just to capture the email.
Yeah. I am for the survey link. What I will do is I will send you my PDF, and I will also send you the survey link so that you could also include, because there's no point of sending 2-3 emails to people, so that you can ask them to fill in the survey as well, and I'll gather all the results and I'll keep you guys posted.
I can't remember if it had in there or not, but could you, if it doesn't, add a spot for please leave a review for the whole conference? Like, so they know that it's a review we could potentially use in the future to market our next conference.
So I've now there are 10 questions. There is first, how would you rate the conference from 1 to 5? So they can give the star system. And at some point as well, I say, well, how likely would you recommend this conference to other people? And it's from 1 to 10. So again,
but what I'm saying is give them, prompt them to leave a comment, so that way
yes, I've also added any other comments you would like to share. So
no, but what I'm saying is and I'm getting nitpicky here. The reason I wanted to say please a review, please, like I want to use emotion here to say please leave us a review to help spread the human SOS message, right? So they write kind of an emotional statement that then we can use to entice other people to come to us, because we do a good job with logic, I think, but capturing other people's emotion will be good for us to entice in the future.
Sorry about that, guys.
I'll add that then. Okay. Please,
does that make sense, V?
Yeah. Please add. Savad, what can we improve? Comments? Any other comments you'd like to share? And then please add a review.
To help us spread the human SOS message with others.
Oh shit! I cannot add any other questions, so I need to rewrite, edit. All that.
You don't have to do it right now. Just whenever you get to it.
No, I'm going to do it now because again, they've just sent the link to people.
Oh, that's right. Good point. Yeah. So that prompts them. I just think want to frame their mind a little.
So can you repeat again what you said? Please add a review.
Please add a review to help us spread the human SOS message, or motion. No, not the message, movement.
Spread the human SOS movement. Yeah. Okay.
That's part of the reason I captured the text from the comments, because we can use that from a marketing standpoint, see what participants said.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And so I've got this in a Word document then for 2 days. I didn't get day one.
We have it.
Yeah, we have it. Yeah. Okay. No, it's good.
Cool. Next week, Monday, I won't be able to meet. I'm in Vegas from Sunday till Wednesday, taking my girls to Las Vegas. But I can be on the call for the show. I'll just be on my phone from the hotel that morning. So
Can I play the devil's advocate? Do we need to do a show next Tuesday?
I would say yes, just because we've shown up consistently for a long time. But I mean, it's up to you guys. It's not that important to me.
I think it would be good to keep things rolling. Just
okay.
A thought.
We already skipped a week, so I'm like worried about people forgetting about us. That's how fast attention lasts around here.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't reached the stage where we're not forgettable.
Yeah, we're not branded to that point. So I'd say we do it. But if anything comes up and you got anything got to move, let us know, and we can always pivot.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, great.
So I'll get the videos produced hopefully by Saturday night before I go to Vegas. That's my goal, at least at a minimum production level, to have it accessed. And then I'll create links for it. I'll put it probably like on Vimeo just so we store it there. What we can do, just a thought, guys, anytime we have a video, we can put a call to action on it at the end. So just I'm telling you that right now, so we can always remember, if somebody were to see this video randomly somewhere else, that call to action should be bringing them to either a lead magnet or a web page or something like that. So whenever you're creating videos that we'll be releasing in the world, think about that end slide call to action, because Vimeo gives us that ability.
Yeah,
and if we want to create part of the call to action, a little content or something, we can create a smart card on fyi.to that just houses some content that we want to share. That's what B and I did with our confidence.
It's a great one. Yep.
webinar.
Great call. All those different things. But yeah, we just need a way to capture emails. That's all it is. That's our big takeaway from the last 6 months to a year is we have to own our traffic, and the currency that we're working in right now until we start working in real currency is emails.
Yeah.
Did you see, by the way, that event, how many people ended up going?
Yeah, like 130 something. I don't know.
Yeah, 130 something in a matter of less than 24 hours.
But
Which event?
It's what you have, Kev. I got to tell you this. You're one of the most respected people when it comes down to LinkedIn from a standpoint of trustworthiness. It's just what I've observed from you. So when you tell people to go somewhere, people tend to listen.
Yeah, it's on I set up on Prospective Force Team. I set up an event for our summit. And
like a LinkedIn event, the LinkedIn event.
Yeah, LinkedIn event. I'm sorry. And I was really surprised that by the time it's done, there were like 134 people saying they were joining. Now, I think the challenge is there was a disconnect between signing up and joining.
Here's what I would have done, and this is just kind of my take on it. I don't know what's possible, right? When they come, they need to watch something before the event, right? We got to build up excitement and show them the value a little bit better. So that way, when they go to watch that, we capture their email and then add them to a meeting request, or we send them a direct invite.
A teaser of some kind.
Because a lot of this, it's not that people don't want to come. I realize that people are busy and they just forget. And then it's just too hard to try to keep an eye on it. So if we can get their email, send them a reminder, put it in their calendar, we just need to make it as easy as possible.
And think as well the time. That's one of the questions I asked in the survey. 4 hours for 3 days. It's a big commitment for many people. Maybe they can take an hour, 2 hours, but like 4 hours in 3 days, that's a lot. So
you're bringing up such a good point. So I was taught this by a marketer, and he said, when I was doing the 1.5-hour freebie course for the stress, right? He's going, Anton, that's too big of an ask. You're asking people that don't know anything about you, don't have trust, you've never given them value, to give you 1.5 hours of their time. Even if it's great, it's still 1.5 hours of their time. Even if it's free, it's still 1.5 hours of their time. So our lead magnets to capture early emails need to be short, something small, something easy. Then we indoctrinate them by having their email. Hey, by the way, because you've seen this, we're going to send you a little bit of a deeper training in a week.
It needs to be less than 10 minutes.
Yeah. Initially, initial one for sure. And then as we earn their trust, as we earn their engagement, then we can give bigger bite sizes down the road. But yeah, you're spot on.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, do y'all think that the 3 days, 4 hours a day was too much?
No. You thought it was too much?
Yes. For me, 3 hours would have been better. At least that's my feeling. But that's why
where would you have carved out the extra time from? Where would you have taken the hour from?
So one break less, because I felt the presentation, we cut it after awareness education application. I felt this was not so necessary. I think maybe we could have cut it just somewhere.
Education and awareness together, and then break before application.
Something like that. So that's one. And maybe the panel a bit shorter as well. So maybe 5 minutes shorter everywhere, plus one break less. Yeah. I think it would have, but again, let's see as I say, it's just my opinion. Let's see
and that's such a good point. We have to remember to survey the people and it's all statistical, numbers, because some of us are going to feel one way, some of us are going to feel another way.
Exactly.
The majority dictates what we do.
Exactly. So that's why I've asked if they were, what did they like most, if there were too many breaks, too few, or just enough, etc., so that we get a feeling as well of what they say. So
no, love it.
I wanted to mention something that has fallen into my lap. I don't know what it's going to be and if it's something that I can share with you guys, but y'all know Anthony James.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony James is one of the guys that's got probably...
He's one of the first LinkedIn pod members.
750,000 followers. I mean, big. Anyway, he out of the blue dropped me a direct message and invited me to a thing called Influencer Active. And basically, it appears that people invited are put into a pool, and if you're busy enough, I guess, on LinkedIn that you can actually put in here and people will hire you for piggybacking on content, whatever. I don't know. It's almost like
Oh
an
yeah, no,
influencer.
I'm good. I'm good with that.
And,
Influencer marketing, that's all it is.
And so it doesn't cost me anything to try it. And if it works to do any good, I will see if I can share it with you guys. I thought it was, he just commented to me that I said, well, do you do it? He said, yes. And I said, are you pleased? He said, yeah, last week I made about $1,500. And I thought, oh, you know, even if you produce half of that or something on ongoing basis is not a bad.
I struggle with promoting your own stuff. I'd probably be 10 times worse promoting somebody else's stuff. Like, but try it out. See how it goes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what I'm more curious is how we can use them, right? How we can plug in there and pay for influencer marketing, because that'd be more effective than LinkedIn. Like, as an example, guys, I ran the LinkedIn ad. I spent $200 and I think I got 2 registrations from it. Paid ads are not what we think they are. We can do better with organic engagement. I never really understood that until I actually tried to run an ad. And now I understand why all these marketers are talking so much about organic engagement. It's way better on LinkedIn than you would ever get with paid ads.
Well, to give you an idea, I saw some of the pricing, and for Anthony, his pricing to do one content post or whatever it is, I'm still learning what it looks like, would cost like $50. And I saw one in there that was as little as $15.
I mean, he just gets it. He dumps it into a pod, lets it go do his thing. It looks good to the people, and he gets.
Could be. I don't know. I'm gonna.
I know that how they work. I mean, Chinadu does this. MDC did it for a while. They've been around for some time.
Okay.
Great.
Well, if we can benefit.
But try it out, man. Just see, because like I said, I'm more curious on using them for marketing versus making money from it ourselves. But just see how it goes.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Great job, guys.
Monday,
Monday,
no. Do we want to meet like on Thursday just so we can talk about marketing and moving forward? Or no, you know what? We can just touch base around the call. Let's just do that, because there's nothing so permanent that we need to spend a lot of time on. So we'll just touch base after our show.
And I'm planning to get Sandos on the schedule for us to meet.
And I do, like I said, I do want to use Zach just for one session to help us with initial messaging. And then if we get into another messaging problem in the future, we maybe just use him for another session at that point. But let's just do one session for now.
Before you hire Zach, maybe let's just talk to Sandos, because maybe he can also help us for cheaper. So let's see what he says first. No?
Okay, that's fine. Let's set it up as soon as we can, though. Then, Kev.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. On my list now that I'm off the hot seat with this summit.
Great job, guys. Just thank you. Thank you again. Have a great day. Bye.
Take care.